Oh, there we go. Thank you, Trump. I didn't realize I was muted. So I apologize for being a little late here, but we are here to have fun. We are here to talk about anything and everything. And Linda, what's going on? Was it Hans? You miss Mary? Do you still stay in touch? Um, every once in a while. Not as I haven't talked to her quite recently. What's going on, Chris? You thought something was wrong with your phone? Watching from Albuquerque. What is going on? So if anybody wants to jump up here, just for the hell of it, there you go. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. I cannot complain. But the whole point of tonight is just to come on, be positive, and talk. What is going on, Dutchman?
Wie bist du heute?
I'm good, but turn that dang sound off.
Oh, I've had better days.
Yeah, Trump said we've had interactions before. I'm always on PDFs and my eye on yous and a lot of other people. Am I still doing donuts? No, not right now. Not right now. But I haven't in a while, Dutch.
What's that? You broke up a bit.
Oh, I said I haven't seen you in a while.
Oh, yeah, I've been keeping busy.
Responding to. Let me see here. I do not talk to Sabrina. I haven't talked to her in quite a while. The most positive use of the word negative is you tested negative. That is so true, Stephen. Please give a shout out to my elderly mother, Cheryl. What's going on, Cheryl? What is going on? Thanks for watching, Cheryl. What about the show? Yeah, Trump said it was more or less. I mean, we had a couple comments back and forth, but that's about it. I rock well with my eye on you and them. Nick Lloyd, what's going on?
Oh, my.
I've been pretty good, Brad. Kim rocks. Will there be another season of Breaking Amish? All I can say right now is keep watching.
So, what are we discussing today? Or tonight, I
Dylan,
should say.
what's going on, Dylan? John asked, "Where's Carmela?" She does not want to be on tonight, so we're gonna be discussing a little bit of everything.
Sounds good.
I messaged my eye on you, and I messaged PDF, and anybody in the chat wants to come up.
So, did you see my recent post?
Which one? You've been posting quite a bit.
The one where I got kicked out of Family Dollar Store today.
No, I didn't see that one.
Yeah. Because they don't know the actual order from the state health department here, and they're only picking and choosing which parts they follow. People with certain medical issues are exempt from the whole wearing a mask thing. And so she sat there and yelled at me and told me basically, you can just get the F out.
Trump said, "My eye on you." I mean, and I'm not hating you on this one or not being negative about this. Just so you know, my eye on you. They pretty much took me in as their own kid after I did leave the Amish. So, you know, it is what it is. I understand not everyone gets along with everybody. Doesn't mean I can't get along with them. You know what I mean? What do you think of the release of the videos of UFOs? UFOs are real. In my eyes, UFOs are real. I believe they're hiding stuff about it. Steven said we do not have to bring America back online. I proclaim myself exempt.
He proclaims himself exempt. Don't we all?
Is the show over? No, the show is not over. John said, "Do you like President Trump?" just like every other president, he has his good points, he has his bad points. Every president has that. I don't go left or right. I stay in the middle. Well, thank you, Trump said. Thank you. I'm just not one who will go and just like go, like far left or far right. You know what I mean? What have you been doing? I've been going on walks and dealing with Dutchmen.
Dealing with me. Come on now.
Yeah, at least you had a name that I recognized right away. It's last time you
Well, I
did.
was gonna go with Hugh Janus, but you said
Nah, nah.
you don't
Let's
like
not.
Hubert Janus.
I mean, it's funny, but let's not go down
I,
that
I
route.
I know.
Will you ever do a meet and greet in Vancouver? Actually, I am in the works. I can't say too much. I'm in the works with something, and hopefully in a month or so it'll be done. So keep watching for that. All I'm gonna say is I don't know how much I can say though about that. Um, do Amish vote? Yes, actually, John, a lot of Amish vote. Um,
I didn't know that.
how are the Amish handling coronavirus? Do you know? I don't really know. I'm sure it's not really affecting them because they're so used to living off of their own food, doing their own thing. Eric, what's going on, Seattle?
Linda Messick. Yeah, that was there for a little bit of a joke when the whole toilet paper shortage thing first started. I put
Steve,
that on there as a joke. Things are getting real now.
Steven, I have not seen that video. Where's that one at? Like, where's it posted at? And I'm looking at my phone for the comments because on the computer it's a little slower. Teresa said I started following the Black Amish. For those of you who don't know the Black Amish Man Experience, that is Alan Byler off of the TV show called Breaking Amish, or not Breaking off the TV show called Amish Mafia. He's the guy who created both shows, so go check him out. Brad said, "Do you like Vancouver more than you like living in Florida?" No, I mean the weather here is very shitty. That's one thing I can say. I don't like the weather. How long have you lived in Vancouver? I've been out here a total of a couple of years now. Because we were here, and then we went to Florida, and then after being in Florida for a little bit, we came back here. So, do you miss Sarasota and Siesta Key? Absolutely, 100%. I'm not gonna say too much, but I will say this: I will be there soon. But you can't beat the ocean and mountains, though. Hey, no, you can't. You can't. You're very quiet, Dutchman.
I am. I'm trying to figure out why my speakers are so quiet.
Trump
I
said,
have them up
"What?"
all the way.
Trump said, "Why would you leave Florida for Vancouver?" Jana said, "Why did you move to Vancouver?" So my wife is from here originally, and we had moved down to where my island U is, and then we came back.
Speaking of which, I might
What's going
be
on, Kim?
Hey, how's it going?
Going pretty good. How about yourself?
Really good. So I was just sitting here listening, and I thought I would join because your co-host is sort of quiet. So I just wanted to give you some
Yeah,
love.
I am.
I wanted to give you some love
It's
and
been a
saying
long
that
day. I
it
got my
has. I
frustrations
understand.
out early, so now I'm just kind of mellowed.
Oh, no worries whatsoever. So I just wanted to
But no,
say
speaking of,
that.
oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go
Oh,
ahead. I don't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead. I can wait.
oh no, you're fine. It's just a little bit of a lag. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. There's a bit of a delay. Sorry. StreamYards does that. So I just wanted to say, Jeremiah, I used to watch those shows that you were doing, like Catch the Predator or whatever. I think you should keep up with that. That's
Yeah.
wicked.
So I'm actually going to
Hmm.
right now. Right now, I just kind of put it on hold because of everything that's going on.
Right.
Like,
Yeah, I understand. quarantining and all that shit.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
I think that it's a great show. I do something similar, like with a couple of people that I work with. Like I have a YouTube channel, and
Mhm.
it's a long story to try and explain it to somebody that doesn't know what's going on. But I used to have a friend who left YouTube, but he was doing a show called Monster Hunters, and he actually ended up interviewing Isaac Cappy before he ended up dying. But
Wow.
like he was on to something like that too, and I kind of wish he kept up with it because I think it could actually go somewhere for you. Like you're onto something there.
Oh yeah, and see the other thing is, I mean, I understand. I already had a conversation with the cops here.
Yeah,
They're not going to do anything with if I do expose somebody. They already made that
right,
clear because they say there's no real victim, so there's no real crime committed. Which
right.
it, it's kind
It's
of
a catch-22, right? It's like
yeah.
they're
I
almost
mean,
waiting for something to happen, and then you know what I mean. I know
I,
it.
I'm
I know.
I'm I'm sure the cops would love to arrest these people, but the minute it
Mhm.
goes to court, it would get thrown out. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. But there's a lot to be said about the court of public opinion and naming and shaming them and just putting their face out there like, oh my God, right? Like if one of their friends seen that, they're ruined, right? So,
Exactly.
but that's one way of doing it because like I see both sides of the coin. Like I see where like the cops are coming from because like you just said, like there's no crime committed. You're catching them before it happens, right?
Yep.
But on the other hand, it's like it's frustrating because you're trying to prevent something from happening. So it's like you can't win, but I think you're onto something with that.
Yeah, I'll definitely keep going. But to address some of the people in the chat, Jess said, long time no talk, haven't been on here, been going through a lot with depression. Jess, if you need to talk, you can click on that link and come up here. Anybody can click on that link and come up here and talk. What's going on? Missy, Martin, good evening. YouTube watcher. What's going on, Shane?
But, so when are you going to
Yeah,
be
just
making your next trip down to My Eye on Use?
SIL. You guys hear me?
Say what
Is
now?
my service kind of shitty? Is my service kind of crappy? I cut out.
That was an interesting language. It all. I don't know about anyone else, but it came through all at once, all together. Oh,
I
here's.
didn't even
I
hear
don't.
anything.
It was like
No,
you've
so
never
all
taught
of
me that word before.
no, so all of a sudden my screen went kind of shitty, and as far as My Eye on You, I'm not sure when we're gonna get down there. Sarasota probably here within the next month.
Oh, all
How
right.
are you guys handling
I
the
might be going down
quarantine?
here.
We're doing pretty good with that.
Are you?
Yep.
Somebody in the chat mentioned something about depression, and I just want to say like sorry to anybody who's having a hard time right now. It's a struggle. Like it's definitely a stress test. You know what I mean? Being cooped
Exactly.
up and not being able to socialize and do as you normally do in your regular life. Like I was even laid off work. I worked 2 jobs, and even just not working, like it's crap. Like I'm going back next week. I can't wait.
Actually, Florida opens up Thursday night, I believe, Friday morning, and on the 4th here in Washington, from what I heard, which I don't want to say for sure, they're going to be
Yeah,
opening up some of it too. But how
that's
much, I don't
great
know.
news. That's great news. I'm so excited for that. Like, what do you guys think about like the media coverage about it? Like, do you think they were like kind of making more of it? Do you know what I mean? Like pushing an agenda, sort of pushing the fear factor.
I believe they were.
I
Oh,
think so too.
absolutely,
Yeah, and it depends on what news you
without a
follow.
doubt. Well,
Like,
let me
yeah,
if it's all right with Jeremiah, I'll read. Let me read something here that I've been talking to a bunch of people about.
Okay.
And this is off the CDC website. And right here, I'm not going to read over the whole thing, but in cases where a definitive diagnosis of COVID-19 cannot be made, but is suspected or likely, the circumstances are compelling within a reasonable degree of certainty, it is acceptable to report COVID-19 on a death certificate as probable or presumed. Now, the issue is that a lot of these places, they're just putting it down as COVID, not probably or presumed.
wow,
So think about what that does to to the numbers for the death rates.
absolutely.
Sure, there's some who are putting it down as probably or presumed, But there's still a whole lot more who are just kind of bypassing that, reading what they want from it, and saying, "Oh, nope, it was COVID. It was COVID." Well,
Yeah, that's crazy.
if you're not sure, you shouldn't put it down as anything. You know what I mean?
I don't know about you guys, but like, it started getting big here. Like they shut everything down in Canada around like the 20th of March is when I got laid off. So everything was like, you can't go out, you can't do this. But I think it was around a long sooner before they even realized. I remember being real sick back in like December, January. Like I went to the doctor, I was having like asthma. It's like described as like pneumonia kind of asthma problems. I don't know if I
Mhm.
had it or not, but I think it's been around before. I think they were late to the
Oh,
party.
absolutely.
Yeah.
This is something that we've actually discussed with my eye on you before, and back in I think it was like early November, where I was sick for quite a while there. I think Jeremiah remembers this because I was puking blood and everything, and the symptoms were identical,
Right.
but they told me that, well, it's not the flu. They
Right.
marked it as asthma with a possible respiratory infection.
Right. Their answer to me was give me 3 or 4 different puffers, and that was it.
Yep, they put me on was it the codeine or something like that
Oh yeah.
to help with like the coughing and stuff, so I could actually breathe,
Right.
which
And
made the rest of the day very interesting.
I was just
and
gonna
just
say
to,
that's a good doctor, man, handing out that stuff.
Yeah, he kind of forgot to tell me take it only at night.
and
I
just
took
so
it
you
as
guys
soon as I
know,
got home, and the rest of my day was very fun.
Dutchman, I'm gonna be responding every once in a while to people in the chat.
Mhm.
Oh, no worries.
So Alan said newly finished both Armor series. I felt all your journeys. Thank you for that. Well, thanks for watching. And then Brad said, but depression, anxiety hit you hard, and it's hard to not let it get to you. Exactly. If you have never been there, which I have, so I know what it's like. But if you've never been there, it's very hard to explain.
It is hard.
A lot of people think it's easy just to get over it, but it's not.
I hate when people say that. Like you can't. Like
And
people describe it as like having a bad day. It's more than that. It's way deeper than
Oh
that.
yeah.
exactly. And
I mean, I'm
that's
ex-military. I've got my fair share of issues with stuff like that. I mean, it's
and like somebody having depression or whatever. Like I take that very very serious. It's like it hits home when I see somebody going through it.
Me too. My husband actually committed suicide because of it.
That's sad.
Yes.
I'm
It
sorry to
is.
hear that.
no, sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
So,
He struggled for a long time, and it was really really hard. Like to watch, and I suffer myself, so like to not only just watch but to have it as well. But I watched somebody go from being a happy go lucky productive good person, and he was still always a good person. It's just he lost his way so bad, and like it's such a hopeless feeling because there's not really anything you can do except try and support them the best you can.
Yep, and when you don't have people to support you like that, like you did,
Yeah.
it makes it that much harder for them.
It
That's
really
something I
does.
dealt with for years when I was married, because not to sit here and do the whole blame the ex thing, but she just didn't have the time for it, and she was one of those people who just thought, oh well, you can just turn it off. Believe me, if I could turn it off, that would have happened years and years ago.
Yeah.
and I'll be the first one to admit that I do have medication that I take for it.
So do I.
I take
You're not
Lexapro.
the only one. I take Cymbalta and Abilify.
You know, it's not that I need those Lexapros like all the time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like whenever I'll take them if it starts getting bad. But
See, that's the problem, and that's the problem that I had with Andrew, because like it's harder, especially for men, to come forward and say they have it. And then when we were trying, you know what it's like to try different medications to see what works and what doesn't. And
Oh
then,
God, yeah.
but then it's almost actually worse when they find one that works, because once he started feeling a little bit better, he would stop taking it. And it's like, no, you have to take this all the time. Like, think of it as a vitamin. Like, you need to take it to be okay.
Yep. See, the VA, they had actually had me, kept switching me back and forth between multiple different medications, and I kept having really adverse reactions to them. There was
Mhm.
one they had me on that actually worked, and I didn't have any real reactions to it.
Mhm.
They still took me off it.
Why?
So after that, it's the VA. They're idiots. But, after that, I just started, looking into alternative things and other ways. Then after my divorce, it really helped. But I was
Yeah.
able to actually get out and do stuff to help with the anxiety. So for me, I got lucky and was able to find ways to get off the medication and still manage it.
Right.
So Brad
But
said, "Are you guys gonna still be on the show?" And that was the whole season I watched, or the whole reason I watched, right? And how's Mary
Mhm.
doing? Mary's doing pretty good from what I know, and I can't sit here and say that the show is done or the show is going on. Uh, trying to think how I want to say this. I will say this, okay? Well, keep watching. That's all I can say.
I love the show. Like, I wish they wouldn't wait so damn long in between seasons, for one. And I just want to say, like, oh my God, I love Mary. Is she that fun in real life?
Oh my goodness!
oh, she's a riot.
She listen. Mary can outdrink anybody.
I bet. I thought, man, she would give me a run for my money. Like, I had seen her party. Wow.
Yes, Alan. Yes, Alan. Stay
She's a
tuned.
nut,
That's awesome.
and she's absolutely not afraid to tell you how it is either.
And
No, I love
Jason? Jason got it. Welcome on board. Thanks for joining the family there.
that. That's so funny. She does look so fun. Like, oh my God. And it's funny too because her husband looks like such opposites.
Drink
Like, that's
race?
the same-
Hey, do you want to know how much of a drinker Mary is?
Yes. Oh,
So the vodka company actually contacted her, and they were going to put a vodka out in her name. She said, "Well, send me yeah," and she said, "Send me samples." So
right.
they did.
Yep.
And she tried it, and I get like she had an attorney and everything about it, and
Yep.
she said, got back in contact with them and said, "Don't you dare put my name on some nasty shit like that." she said, "I don't want my name on cheap stuff like that."
Oh my God, that's hilarious. Well, I
So-
think if there's anybody watching for alcohol, like, and you have a good vodka, contact her.
Oh my goodness. Listen, Mary would wake up in the morning and she would drink. She can drink and drink straight out of the bottle, straight up.
Yep.
And she'll outdrink anybody. I've never seen anybody drink as much as her.
That's hilarious.
She's a trip.
Yes, she is. God, and it's funny because Abe seems so different from her, like so reserved. You know what I mean? At least from what we see on TV, right? So it's like, can he keep up with her?
Oh, he can keep up. Trust me, he can keep
Yeah?
up. Oh yes.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah, he's silent when he's around a lot of people, or
Yeah,
even on camera, he's kind of
yeah,
shy.
he seems that way.
But he's one of those. He's one of those who he actually thinks before he talks.
Oh, geez, what's that like?
Well, it gets the conversations can kind of get in depth. And
Yeah,
he does it in a good way, which
Yeah,
I should be doing more of that as well. But I'm one who I let my emotions get in the way too much, too quick, too easy.
yeah, me too. But I try to not at times, but at times it's kind of hard. So I just roll with it. I like to be surprised too what comes out of my mouth.
Yes.
That's
Welcome back. So
Sorry about that.
I'm not sure which one it is. What is that movie? Where is it Martin Lawrence?
It could be. I'm not sure
or
what
is
you're thinking.
Martin Lawrence, Eddie Murphy, or
I don't know
So
what's
about,
going on.
about not understanding the words that come out of my mouth, or do you understand the words coming out? Or half the time, I don't know. I don't understand the words that come out of my mouth. I don't even know exactly how it goes, but whatever. Something like that.
You having problems over there,
What the
Dutchman?
heck?
I am. I'm having a brain fart.
That's funny. Uh-oh, we lost him again.
Yeah, his internet.
Oh.
That's Jackie Chan. That's who it is. Thank you, Alan.
Oh yes, that dude's awesome. He's hilarious.
Rush Hour, Spartacus. What's going on? We have room for a couple more up here on the panel if anybody wants to jump up here.
Absolutely. Or I can jump off if you have other
No,
people.
we can get 6 people up here.
Oh yeah, right. StreamYards.
That's right.
I tried Zoom the other day to like try that because you can do up to 100, and I can't even figure it out. Like I don't know what I was doing wrong, but yeah, I thought it would be more stable than StreamYards, but yeah, I can't figure it out. Someone's gonna have to show me.
So YouTube Watcher said not many nutrients get absorbed from a compressed pill. Hydration time is long for some minerals. So what about the capsules? Are the actual capsules better?
Sorry, capsules of what? I missed what you said because you kind of chopped up there.
I said, yeah, my internet's probably not the greatest, but
No, it's okay.
I said, are capsules better than the actual compressed pills?
Of wheat? Or which one?
We're talking about
I'm
getting
saying man, we got free weed here. Legal
We're
weed.
talking about, I live in a legal state, but
Yeah.
I'm talking about nutrients.
Oh. Oh, sorry. I take compressed pills.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
What's going on, Jason?
Hey, Jason.
Hi, Jeremiah. Hi, Kim.
How's it going?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Good.
I heard him say something about drinking, so I was like, what?
Caught your attention, did it?
So, question for anybody. Hey, there we go. Okay. I was going to ask who is too tall, and then they turned the camera on.
So,
How you doing?
Hey, Tuta.
How's everybody this evening?
all good, man.
Yeah.
Welcome on board the crazy
Jeremiah,
train.
everything I've ever seen about you, I appreciate so much with what you do. You're a freaking amazing person, man.
Well, thank you.
Got some
Thank you.
talent, yes.
Now don't
And
get me
I don't
wrong.
know you.
Don't get me wrong. I go off of emotions quite a bit, so sometimes I'll say stuff that I shouldn't.
We all do. It's human.
As I think some of you guys saw the other day, or was it? Yeah, like 2 days ago.
I are a sinner too.
I missed it. What happened?
I just don't want to get into it too much. You know what I mean? It's like
Okay, no worries.
it's
No worries.
it's drama from another channel, and I gave
Okay.
my part, and the guy gave his speech, and you know it is what it is.
Okay, no
Oh,
worries. I missed it. That's fine.
I just kind of seen you around Jeremy and or Jeremiah, and I recall back in the day with the show that I had a friend of mine that was Amish and coming to understand some of the Amish community that I run into here in Kansas,
Oh wow!
and he broke away from the Amish as well. I was like, and then boom, you know, you got your show on there. We were watching that as he was going through those times himself.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that all started back in was it March? I think it's when we started filming, March of 2012.
That long?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot
So
of people
how is life today? You said you're in a legal place. Where are you at today that's legal?
I'm in Washington State.
Washington. Oh man,
I'm
beautiful
in
country
Vancouver,
up there.
I'm in Vancouver, Washington, right across the river from Portland.
Damn. Yeah, that's pretty sad, huh? The land of the free and look at the streets of Portland, huh? The homeless and all that.
Trust me, I could say a lot about Portland, but I just won't. Portland is its own place.
I love BC. It's beautiful. I've been there so many times. I used to live in Alberta, and we'd go to BC all the time, and it's beautiful. There's no place like it in the world.
Now you do realize I'm not in BC.
Yeah.
A lot of people when they hear Vancouver, they immediately think I'm in Canada.
Right, because when you say Washington, I know you're on the other side, but have you ever been to like the Canadian side?
Only place I've been in Canada was on the Canadian side of the falls.
Oh, I live in Ontario. I'm only about an hour from the falls. It's pretty nice.
See,
I was
there.
born and raised up there.
What is that? How do you Jana? Is that how you pronounce it? Janna?
Yes.
You know, she said, "I hate Portland traffic." Yeah, I've been through Chicago. I've been through Orlando. I've been through Atlanta. Portland traffic is just something different.
I got a friend of mine that retired as a stewardess for American Airlines after 27 years as
Oh
a
wow!
stewardess.
Yeah, my wife
Yeah.
actually was working at the airport for baggage claim for American Airlines.
That's kind of interesting. Her retirement gift to herself, she got breast implants. I was on a trip to North Carolina, and I met this stewardess on the flight from Kansas City, and she was on the 2 connecting flights to Charlotte, to Charlotte and then to Asheville out of Kansas City. And I'm like, what the hell? The same stewardess, and she had a place in Asheville, North Carolina, and she just was digging on my Harley Davidson boots and big tall fella and this, that, and the other. Why don't I put you up here by the door in case any of them terror, and she said she'll help out in case of a situation. You look like a strong man, Well, yeah, of course. Anything to save the ship, even though I'm no longer in the Navy. And anyway, she gave me her phone number. We connected up and became friends and stuff. She's retirement. She invited me out to Asheville for a retirement party. Like, oh, I'm not going to be able to make it for that. Then about 6 weeks later or so, sends me a picture. She's down at the beach in Daytona in a bathing suit with them new boobs. It was like, oh my gosh. Wow, I didn't imagine having to see you like that in a picture. Could you have saved it for real? Dang the luck. No, you can't see them really, but here's a picture. Like, man, some days it sucks to be me.
So, Jason.
Yes, sir.
You love drinking, I assume, the way you were talking. Okay. When you see this, what do you think?
Never heard of it. Look like a whiskey.
Can't drink
That's
that.
what you
Wife
think.
kill me.
Fireball?
It's wine. It's wine.
That's
Oh.
wine, eh? See, I can't drink it. The wife would steal it.
Do you see right there? Do you see that right there?
Cinnamon.
It tastes exactly like Fireball. Okay.
That's what I thought.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I definitely
Now,
wouldn't
this
get
right
any.
here, this right here tastes like vodka, but it's wine as well. Let me see what it says. Right there. If I can get it here.
Oh, shit. I like this. And then 21%. That's a strong wine.
Guess how much this bottle is? This bottle here was $4 and some here at the store right across the street.
Cheap booze.
Can I have your address? I want to move next door to you.
Cheap booze and cheaper women. That's what keeps vicious women.
But yeah, honestly, Jason, you would have had a blast with Mary. Oh my goodness, I've never seen anybody drink the way she does, and she can handle her booze.
I want to meet Mary.
Me too. I want to party with her.
Absolutely.
Have you ever seen her show?
Have I?
I haven't. I've heard about it just recently.
Right.
I've been hearing things lately.
So picture this.
I've known you for a while.
An Amish woman, dressed in Amish clothes, walking into the bar, and she's out drinking everybody there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Dutchman knows her.
Oh, really? Personally? That's awesome.
I won't say who, but I dated her one daughter.
Okay. Right on. That's awesome.
But yeah, Mama Mary, she can throw them back. I've seen it firsthand.
Time to fire it up, Jeremy. You got one fired up.
Smoke them if you got them.
Good old organic.
Yep.
Do I have to smoke it in a paper or can I do it in a glass form?
Whatever works for you.
Whatever peels your banana, whatever
There we go.
paints your gate, whatever,
That's a nice one.
whatever floats your boat.
I prefer mine and brown.
All blunts.
And
Are we
brownies.
good?
Oh, brownies.
And Jeremiah, I
Oh,
want to
yeah.
see
Yeah.
some of your shows. How do I go about finding?
So if you go to if you go to Hulu, they have it, and then also On Demand, I think, has them.
Okay.
Whoa.
And just look them up. Breaking Amish. Now there
Breaking
was two.
Amish. Okay, good. I didn't know
Yes.
what to search for because
So
I've been curious.
season 1 was called Breaking Amish. Season 2 was called Breaking Amish: Brave New World, and then they came out with another one, which was called Breaking Amish Brooklyn, which is a completely new cast. They lasted one season, then that was done. They also did another one, which was Breaking Amish LA, that lasted one season. They were done, and then we ended up doing 8 seasons now so far.
Yeah, they need to stick with the original cast.
Hey, Jeremy,
Oh man,
or Jeremiah, I'm sorry.
when you have
Yes.
a big heart.
I've come out on the YouTube because of some violations that I suffered with the law.
Mhm.
I've got a dirty story on a district attorney, a sheriff, and a police department, and a nice little lady of the town that led to the wrongful conviction of yours truly and a real fucked up deal of the judicial system. And I was in touch with somebody with the 48 Hours show, and it wasn't really a story that had enough murder or blood or anything to it. They didn't have an interest in it. But I've been hoping to get my story out into a movie
Really?
to expose the bullshit that, since I can't afford the bullshit of taking my case to the Supreme Court, I'm out of gas.
Right.
And,
As
now,
far as moving,
let me finish that.
Yep.
Rather than find my day of justice in a courtroom, I would rather just take my story and find my justice in public exposure.
Mm-hmm.
Get my, and just go ahead and make me a little. I'm looking for some help to make this movie about my story along the lines of like a 48 Hours story. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
You've
Yeah.
seen 2020 and 48 Hours Murder.
Right.
I just want to lay out my story into a format like that, get the shots, pop it out. That's something I've been chasing, a dream I've been chasing for a while, hoping to meet up with some people that could help me do that.
now,
That would be easy to do.
unfortunately, I have to tell you, yeah, it's easy to get the equipment to do all the film and everything, but to get a network to actually, or not a network, but like even to get it up on Netflix, it's not that easy. You know what I mean?
No, I'm not really. As far as a movie, I just want to make a video, put it on YouTube. Whoever fucking helps me, I don't want a damn thing, a dime for my story or nothing. I just want it told. Whoever to fucking help produce it can produce it, put it on there, sell it to Netflix or what the fuck ever. I just want the truth out there of the dirty shit that I've endured and the exposures of the flaws of the judicial system. And just poof. And whoever wants to profit from the efforts that they put into it, they can have.
Are you able to share some of the details of like briefly what your story's about?
I would rather wait until I can privately with some serious people that are wanting to make a commitment. But
where are you located?
I'm in Kansas, but
Okay.
we can connect by the internet.
Yeah.
If you go to my channel here, I will put a message in the chat because
And then to Steven.
there's I just put a message in the chat if you want to pull up my channel. My email is within, or I can put my email in the private chat. and you can save it.
Something
But,
wrong with you people.
Steven, I apologize if this is a topic that you don't like really enjoy too much.
Yeah, there you go. It's in I guess I put it in the live chat or the private. Yeah, it's in
I
the
think the
private. Okay.
private.
Yeah, it don't matter, but you know, if anybody, you know, in the community, if you know somebody in the industry which you've been around that's looking for some work, you know, I mean, it don't, you know, I've been watching YouTube for a while, and you can make a hell of a movie with a couple of Samsung telephone cameras and, you know, a little bit of, you know what I'm saying? I've watched Casey Neistat. He's a hell of a YouTuber. A lot if they only listened.
Yeah, so as of like right off the top of my head, I can't really say I have like somebody in mind.
But I just
but yeah, I'll
I
definitely
just seen you around for a minute. A friend of mine said, "Hey, you're somebody I need to take a look at." That, you know, we like exposing the cops that do dirty things.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, we like, you know, we like freedom, truth, justice. But you know, there's fucked up shit, and I've been going through some of that social media fucked up drama shit myself. But,
you know, here's the thing, okay? So YouTube is kind of like a reality show, okay? And what I mean by that is a reality show doesn't go anywhere if there's no drama. Okay, here on YouTube, the videos where there's the most drama, those get a bigger reach. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it seems like people want drama in their videos just so they get more views.
Actually, I don't even monetize my channel. What I put out there is, you know, I put, you know, like I say, if I'm at a music show at our local thing, hey, I get copyright strikes out to shit for recording a live concert. But I put it up. I mean, it's a free concert in a public place. Fair use, whatever. You can have your copyright monies. You ain't going to get a dime because I ain't getting a dime, and poof. You know, I got a full concert of the Spinners live just 2 years ago. That's kind of rare, you know. And, you know, there's some things you can do. I've been around YouTube for a while. I was involved with another show on YouTube that they folded because of the bullshit and went on raising their family and enjoying their life. I've seen how the fuckery can go with the hate and discord and bullshit. And I'm not that kind of guy to play with that shit.
Me neither.
You know, I hate the haters. You know, if you got an issue with me, we can fucking talk about it. But we ain't got to go out and kill and assassinate each other over it. But we could, you know. I mean, just how far do you know?
And I'll be the first one to admit that I fall into it way too quick.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know,
Which
you don't
Jason
want me to
saw some of
play.
it.
I mean, you don't want me to be your Huckleberry.
That's funny.
Come on now.
I wish we knew more about your story so I knew if I could help or not. Like, it's hard. I understand your reasoning for not wanting to share, but it's hard to know how to help.
Try get a hold of me through my email. We'd talk about it on the phone, or I know how to do it. I know how to do a private stream. I am absolutely discreet. You know,
fair enough.
Confidentiality is priority number one.
I'm intrigued. I do interviews on YouTube a lot, but usually it's about Corey Feldman.
Corey Feldman. Oh, the kid actor. Is that right?
Yeah. Don't get me started on that. Oh my God.
Listen, I'm gonna say this: the same manager he has, I dumped because I don't want to be associated with none of that crap. I know too much from the inside.
Oh my God, Jeremiah! Then check out my channel. You will frickin' die of laughter. Do you know who Scott Schwartz is? The actor?
I can tell you so much.
Oh my God, please, we need to talk privately. But I interviewed Scott Schwartz the other day, my friend and I, and it was about Corey Feldman, and oh my god, it was like jaw dropping, like the
Yeah,
whole thing. It
Kim.
was like, yes, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, would you put a message in the chat there so I can go to your channel and I'll make a point to reach out to you some way and we'll connect up.
Yes,
so
you bet.
I will say this: that's his manager.
What kind of ride is that? I mean, I like he's got whiskers. Oh yeah,
Not sure.
Oh, what's his damn name?
looks like a Camaro.
Oh,
Phil
Looks
Shapiro.
like a,
yes. Oh, he's a
Shapiro.
douche.
Trust
He
me.
is such a douche. Oh my god, Jeremiah, we need to talk privately. I know
Let's
too much about this.
Listen, let's just say he robbed me of almost $20,000.
Yeah,
And,
I don't
you
doubt
know,
it for a second.
see, he tried to say, okay, you know, because I'm your manager, you need to pay me so much per episode. Okay, and it came out to $20,000.
Oh my
I was
god.
like, and he did nothing. He didn't make a single dollar for me. I
No,
negotiated
but
my own contracts. Like, come on.
yeah, and he probably harassed every single woman that was around you within 6 feet.
Actually, there was a lady that I used to be friends with, not anymore. She's actually from Canada,
Mhm.
up in Toronto area.
Yep.
They're now seeing each other. So
Mhm. Really? What's
Yep.
her name? Michelle. Is it not Michelle?
Chantal.
yeah, my bad.
Chantal, that's it. God, I'm down bad with names. Yeah, Chantal.
Trust me, I just won't say
Oh.
anymore. I'll shut up now.
Okay, you know what? We need to talk privately, not on YouTube, because I'm telling you, like, I know way too much about this crap. Way too
Yeah,
much, and it sounds like you do too.
You realize he's also the manager for Michael Jackson's son Prince.
No, but I figured there was a Jackson affiliation somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
also, I believe it was the band. Was it White Snake or something like that?
Mhm.
There's a lady that jumped over the car hood in one of the music videos. He's her manager as well. I can't remember what her name is. And then he's also the manager for a couple of the Jackass boys. But yeah, I dropped him very quickly.
Yeah, I don't blame you on that one. Oh my God, this is too funny. Wait till I tell my friends about this. All of a sudden, you're going to get all these new
Settle
people like
down.
coming your way. No, you don't understand. Oh, too funny. The way that you were going after predators, Jeremiah, that's what we're doing with Feldman for different reasons. Like, there's a whole team of us. He calls us the Wolf Pack. And, like, he's
Listen.
made videos about me and everything. Like, it's hilarious.
Listen, I'm sorry, but he's a lying sack of shit. He tried to say that, you know,
Yeah,
a
he
while
is.
ago that he got stabbed and all that. But
Yeah, he
then
blamed us.
Okay, but did you see the wound?
Yes.
It's
Yeah,
like
this is it.
It's like a little pinprick.
I know. Oh my God, this is too funny that you follow all this. Wait till I tell my friends. This is too funny.
No, that
Oh,
was the time. That was the time that we had the same manager.
Oh my God. So that wasn't long ago then. I think that happened in 2018, I believe. Or was it last year? The stabbing. Yeah, no, 2018. It was 2018 because
2018, I
it
believe,
was
yeah.
the monster trucks first.
There you go,
And
Jason.
and then it was the frickin' stabbing. And then he blamed us for his stupid documentary not being able to air. So, like, it's really hilarious. He's made like shout out videos, like naming me. Like, it's really me and my friends. Like, it's hilarious. He's taking this way too far. Like,
Listen,
it's so funny.
His music is to die for. I mean, you can just fall asleep with that shit. I mean,
Okay, good. I was scared you were going to say you liked it. Oh my God.
I mean, you can fall asleep to it. I mean, it's so good. I mean, it'll kill you.
Yeah, he's tone deaf. God. Irritating.
Pretty much every movie that Feldman did was actually directed by Phil.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, actually. So he must have been with Phil for a long time. I know he's had him for a long time. I don't know how many years though.
Yep, Phil's been there when he tried to start his music career. He's been there way before that as well. He's been there for a long time.
Wow. My mind is blown that you know all about this. Holy crap, all this time and I never knew you knew about this stuff. Like, too funny.
I miss living in Toronto, but now I kind of don't.
Oh, really? Well, like, I'm good friends with Corey Haim's mom. Like, he attacks her all the time too. And like, it's really nasty what he's doing to her. And really nasty what he's doing to Corey Haim's legacy.
I just got to be careful what I say.
I understand. That's why we need to talk privately. So there's not,
Yes.
any legal things. But believe me, I've said a lot. So there's nothing you could say that would take the heat off me. Oh my God. Too funny.
Have a
I'm
puff.
gonna actually, you know what? I'm gonna leave my number in the private chat, Jeremiah. Oh my God.
No, fuck.
In the private
yeah,
chat.
you're
In
fine,
the private
you're fine,
one.
You're fine. You're fine.
Not the.
Actually, hang on.
Yeah, don't
You
do that.
email it to him. Email it to him.
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
I was gonna say. It's
Yeah.
easy. JRBreakingAmish@gmail.
JRBreakingAmish@gmail.
Correct.
Okay.
Hey, how come you never gave me your email before? I thought we were close.
It's the Corey Feldman thing.
Dutchman.
JR.
Bye.
Eye on you. How you doing?
Oh my
So-
God. I have such a good show in mind, Jeremiah. You have no
Don't-
idea.
Hey,
Going her
hang
all
on,
I can if she's good twice.
hang on 1 second. Dutchman,
Yeah.
do you care about pushing the basement for a second?
No, I'll
Go
go
for
back,
it.
man.
It don't matter to me either way.
All right, give me 1 second.
I'm just waiting for something that I can chime in on.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Nope, you're fine.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for something that I can chime in on.
I'm sorry.
Somebody,
Meet ya. We met you before.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for something that I can chime in on.
Alan, I think your YouTube app is open. We can
Yeah,
hear
you have to pause. You have to pause YouTube.
Who is that, Jeremiah?
Alan, I think your YouTube app is open.
Yeah, you have to pause. You have to pause.
Who is that, Jeremiah?
It's still echoing.
Yeah, Jeremiah, go ahead and hit his mute button.
There.
There we go.
Got it.
Was that me?
No, that was me.
Yeah, whoever you need to mute your YouTube or pause it.
No, he got it. He got it.
We're good.
Hey, Alan, or
Hey, how you doing?
somebody behind you.
Yeah, that's my daughter.
Oh, how you doing, daughter?
She can't talk, but she knows what you're saying.
So, Alan, what state are you in?
So I'm in Ohio. I'm where
Down
you're
by, down by
down
Cincinnati. Yeah. We've done many work out there doing pole barns.
Really? Yeah. You know what? Actually, friends of mine right up the road just last year hired Amish to come in. I think doing fencing and some structures.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that my eye on you jumped up here because I was going to see if he wanted to have a conversation about a certain thing that would probably blow some of you guys' minds, especially some of
Usual.
my eye on you. So I was talking to somebody in another panel, right?
Do I need an ice cream and a brownie for this?
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually
man.
you do. Make sure it's loaded.
Yeah.
That's the only ones I make.
But
I wasn't quite prepared to have my mind blown tonight. I thought I already did this afternoon. I was out at the farm.
What were you doing, sitting in your
That's it.
chair?
Let's hear your story.
I love your app.
But we'll leave it
No,
up.
I was up and on a horse and probably put in about 20 miles on the back of a horse counting cattle and running them from one pasture off to another.
So my eye on you. We can talk about it later if you want. On another.
No,
one.
we want to talk about it now. Let's go.
What are we going to talk about?
So some people were asking me about the type of trolls that I had or that I deal with due to the TV show versus the ones that the auditors deal with.
Right.
Yeah.
So I was like, what better person to get to talk about it than my eye on you? Since
Yeah,
Yeah,
you've
you
been
let's
guys-
hear.
you've been there.
People in this YouTube world, there's nothing out here, man. There's nothing. Leave these guys, when they piss you off, leave them go. Ain't worth it. We fought for 6 or 7 years on people that anywhere from Canada to Florida, to you name it, California, all over the country. And I'll tell you how bad it was. They have a Facebook group of 17,000 people. If one of you would walk in there and just say, "Oh, I just love Jeremiah on the show," someone would go in there and they would tag all the big boys, and then they would sit there and they would just tear you apart. Tear you apart for hours and hours and hours, as long as they could do it. And then once they did, then they would ban your ass.
Oh, let's roll.
You know, I mean, you know, some of the stuff that they would say, some of the things they would do, they would dig. You think the YouTube community digs up information?
Yes, they do.
These guys was digging up shit that you wouldn't even believe.
Really?
You know, they would, you know, they were reporting shit to cops and to everybody else. They, you know, they would take pictures off of videos and send them to different people and tell them that they shot the video live from wherever they were standing, which in fact, you know, but it took a lot of years battling these people.
Called children's services for absolutely no reason. So cops
That's
showed
happening.
up. Like,
yeah, that's happening with the Feldman shit too.
and the biggest thing would be the public official in Florida, who made death threats many times, and we still have all those. Trust me, we have screenshots, thousands and thousands of them.
I understand.
I bet it would take any one of you a week to go through all my database.
Same here.
It's
for a
pretty
different thing.
You know, I dealt with something similar a couple years ago. My daughter, you know, a bunch of people was happy she got on the cheerleading squad for our local school. You know, the only special needs child that's ever been on there, and it's a Division I, you know, middle school. It's middle school, and the other people that weren't happy with her being on the squad, it got so nasty, so big, it was just blew out of proportion. The things people, you know, attack you for. I had children's services beating down my door every day. Like, you know, why is a single guy got a little girl by himself? There's got to be something going on over there. You know, at the very least, they would check my refrigerator, and then they would make fake. They would make fake posts and stuff on social media.
Oh yeah.
There's a site called Bad Boy Report, and they would report me on, or they would go on there and report like they knew me.
There's a guy that came after me, right? He had 7 or 8 computers in front of him, and he had a fake account on each computer, and he kept coming at me, and then he also made it look like they were arguing with each other, and he was carrying his own conversation as well with all these fake accounts.
Yeah, they would pull down. You know, they would change their ISP.
Yeah,
and make them look like they were someplace else. But see, I can track them right back to where they're coming from, and boy, that would fucking piss them off.
You know,
I have, like, I covered this Corey Feldman shit, like I was saying before. I had somebody like actually look up my husband's obituary and post it and like talk about that and attack me in that way. Like, CPS has been involved, cops have been involved, like people are actually getting swatted at their homes. Like, people are reporting, like other YouTubers are reporting each other. Like, it's crazy. Like, I can make a show, no joke. Like, seriously, it's crazy.
See, when they took it too far with me was when they got my wife's family's cell phone numbers, addresses, and started harassing them to no end.
Tell her I'm sorry. I understand what that's like.
Yeah, they would dig down deep. They would go. So, I mean, it's just amazing. You know, we had one in California that sent a death threat, and I actually went and tracked her down to where I sent her a picture of the front of her house, and
that's freaking awesome. Oh my god. How do you like that? Shut up.
But we also had a guy from Canada who actually got.
What's that about Canada?
We had a guy from Canada where we actually had the cops go out.
Oh yeah, we've had to do that multiple times. Like,
sorry, my internet.
You know, Canadians. You know, we got some of these Canadians that come in here that people don't like. I had one come in and bother me, but you know, when I told him that I know it's easier to take down somebody in Canada than it is the United States. He left me alone. I got experience at that. I know what I know what the laws are. I know how to take care of it.
The Canadian harassment laws, online laws, freedom of speech laws are completely different from the United States. They're way more strict.
Yeah, they are.
As far as the freedom of speech. So it's easy to get in contact with the police department and give them the proof, and they go out and.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
That's something that I'm working on right now with my daughter. My daughter's disabled; she has cerebral palsy; she can't speak, but she understands a lot of stuff. She just doesn't understand context. And some of those girls, as a result of what happened with her being on the cheerleading squad and stuff, coerced her into stomping on broken glass. Getting her to say and do nasty things or trying to. Thankfully, I never expected to have to worry about other young girls. I always taught her, you don't take your clothes off. You don't do these things. But I always did it as, towards males, because I never expected young women to, accost her and come at her and go crazy. I actually go to court tomorrow morning against one of the girls. And this is the first time that they've done an online harassment charge in this area. There's laws on the books, but there's no punishments for it. So they didn't know how to even approach it. And that's really what needs to be addressed is, all this harassment. There has to be something, recognizable so people can take advantage of it and deal with these problems online.
Well, and you know what? A lot of it is other YouTubers that are jealous of one another, and that's why they're doing it. So they need to get a frickin' life.
Well, and I applaud you. Stand up. I was going to say this a little bit ago, but when you were talking about all the bullshit that goes on, anybody that picks on anybody that has special needs, handicap, it just fucking irritates me.
Yeah. Well, I do stand up. Like I put it in the chat earlier. Go Google my name. Some of that stuff will pull up. And what's so crazy, because I'm a single dad. What's so crazy is because I stood up, they had nothing to attack me with. So the only thing that they could do was say, "Hey, this guy has to be a pedophile." And try to attack me. And it didn't. Like I told everybody, anybody that knows me and loves me, they know the truth. But
that's the go-to line. That's the first thing they say is pedophile and all of that.
I mean,
it's bullshit. Where did Jeremiah go?
He jumped to the basement, I believe. Put Dutchman up here.
Okay.
No, I'm up here now. All right. Hey.
He left his own show. What the hell?
He does that on occasion.
Okay.
He does that on occasion.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was just sitting here listening to everything, but yeah, it's I know a little bit about what that's like firsthand. I mean, I've dealt with that myself several times, and I'm a single dad with 2 kids, and
Yep. The most painful thing is every time there's an allegation, whether or not it's it's got any kind of merit. I'm at Children's Hospital, having my daughter checked out, and she has to be poked and prodded, and it's disgusting and egregious, and they don't even care that the person they're harming is a little girl that can't fend for herself.
Well, one of the worst things, in my opinion, is when there is a legitimate case, because I unfortunately had this happen with my daughter. Her mother's fiance at the time molested her. And we went through the whole process. I mean, this went on for well over a year, almost 2 years. And then they finally came back. The district attorney calls me up and says, "Oh, I'm sorry to tell you this, but there's nothing we can do because there's no physical proof."
Well,
for almost 2 years, she sat there, had the same exact story. They have it documented on video, on paper, you name it. And she's saying the same exact thing. She's describing things that started from 3 to 4.
Wow.
A 3-year-old's not going to be able to describe what she was able to describe if she had not witnessed it firsthand.
Right.
And they just like, well, nothing we can do.
Kids don't make that stuff up unless they know. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
got custody of my daughter when she was 4 years old, and go. I don't want her to get upset. I got custody of her when she was 4 years old, and the first night that I had her, I knew when I met her mom to get her, her mom put her out a window of the car and then threw a Kroger bag full of clothes that didn't even fit her and drove off before I even reached her. So I knew immediately something was wrong. And I took her home and she was dirty. So I went to give her a bath, and my brother's girlfriend at the time was in there with me. And I was pulling her shirt up, and as she was standing behind her, and she was like, "Oh my God." And she turns my daughter around. From the base of her neck to the back of her knees, it was solid bruising. I took her to Fairfield Police Department in Ohio, where they live, because you have to take the child to where the crime supposedly happened in that area.
Yeah.
And they pressed charges that night. I took her home, and she started, like, while she was laying down, she started making some motions that she shouldn't know how to make. So I took her to Children's Hospital that night, or I'm sorry, Mercy Hospital that night, and they said she has to go to Children's. We're not equipped to deal with whatever's going on here. And then they tried to press a sexual assault against her mom and the mom's boyfriend. And when we got to court, the guy's lawyer said, "This little girl can't speak. If she can't identify my my clients, then we have to drop these charges. We can't even proceed." And the judge asked me, "Can she talk?" I said, "No, she didn't even make sounds back then." He said, "Can she at least point?" I said, "She doesn't understand context. She was 4 years old. She had just started walking. She was very, she was not self-aware." And the judges threw it out. I mean, there were Children's Services in Hamilton County, Butler County, Claremont County were all involved. Every time a new case was open, she just skipped to another county. They all knew about it, but there was nothing that they could do in court. Pictorial evidence, hospital records, documents, nothing.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's so sad that, like, I hear this subject matter all the time, because it's a lot of what I deal with, like, on my channel and Corey Feldman, and that's how it kind of started to get the ball rolling. And if you ever want to do like an interview sometime and talk about your story, like, I'd be willing to help you with that, get the word out.
Hello, Lori.
My daughter, she's 14. She's just now starting to understand things happen, but she doesn't, like I said, context is just not there for her. So she knows things happen. So it's like she starts to communicate things kind of nonchalantly, as if it's nothing.
Right.
So, and it's really, as she gets older, it's really heartbreaking. Back then it was, I don't want to say it was easier to deal with, but it kind of was, because she couldn't express it. So it was like, I just kind of pushed all of it to the side and tried to raise her the best way I could to keep her happy. Probably went too far. Now she's spoiled rotten. But
has she ever had counseling?
But see, that's just it. We don't even know what counseling for, because she doesn't speak.
Does she communicate through sign language, or?
No, she can't. She has fine motor skill issues. She can barely use her right side. So she knows a little bit of sign language, as long as it doesn't take both hands. But believe it or not, Xbox taught her how to write.
I believe it.
So she would scroll through and watch, you'll see, like, I don't know if my picture's changed yet. I had to change it because she constantly changes it. She puts Nikki Bella and Brie Bella up there, and pictures of her dressed like Brie Bella all the time, and changes my name to Brie Bella. But she would go searching, for Brie Bella and John Cena, and that's how she learned to write, was on the Xbox, surfing YouTube, and using the predictive on the Xbox.
Right. That's pretty smart.
Yeah, she did that pretty much on her own.
Wow. Good for her.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to hear your story, and like, even though it's upsetting that no justice was served, you can still get the message out. But look at it this way too, is that you saved her a lot of trauma by having to go through the courts and talking about that, and you know what I mean? Because now, like, as she gets older, that's when it's going to come back to her. So, I mean, that's the only positive that I can really think of out of this situation, because it's sad, right?
Well, the only saving grace in the situation is that she doesn't fully understand, so she can't feel that pain the same way we can. So she understands that something happened, but she doesn't understand it's wrong, so she doesn't have to feel that kind of hurt that we would feel.
Well, my brother had cerebral palsy. Like, I had a brother that passed away, and he was born blind and with cerebral palsy, and he was able to communicate and stuff. Like, you'd be surprised at what they're able to absorb without our knowledge. You know what I mean? Like, he was brilliant in some regards, and then others he was behind in some senses.
I think children like my daughter, they're going to advance as far as you allow them to. If you kind of shelter them and you keep them away from society, they kind of don't, advance in life, and then they become adults that are children. I've seen that a lot with people, and I influence her to make friends. She has a social media that I monitor now very closely. She just got it back. She just got her iPad. She's back there on her iPad because she was grounded for 6 months after what happened with those girls. She wasn't able to understand it was wrong, so she had to lose it. But with this COVID-19, that's the only way for her to reach out to family.
Right.
Okay, so somebody is asking to talk like privately or whatever. How can they talk privately? So if you look this up, that's my fan page right there. That's the blue check mark. 40-some thousand people on it. So, Brad, if you can message me on there.
Is that on Facebook or is that on YouTube?
That's Facebook. That's my Facebook page.
Okay, I think I joined that. Yeah, I just
Sorry, go ahead, Jeremiah.
I'm sorry.
I have a verified Twitter, but that thing got hacked about 2 years ago, and I still haven't been able to get back into it.
That's where I tried reaching out before to you, and I noticed it was inactive.
Oh my.
Sorry, Jeremiah. I didn't mean to steal your show here.
No,
Sure, Lauren.
I'm enjoying this. I created this panel for people to come up here and talk. Clash in Canada, what's going on? We have who else in here? I know there's a few.
Me, I'm not much of a talker, man. I'm a listener.
That's what I was doing.
How you doing, Jason?
Oh, Blue Eyes. What's
Man,
going on?
I'm doing good.
Kim
Hey,
Brown, I
my
haven't
eye on
seen
you.
her.
Oh, Alan. Sorry, man.
Yes, Brad. I answered those messages personally.
Hey, my eye on you. I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you know if they're? I seen a thing on the news here saying about how they're holding people over for 2 weeks coming into Florida. Now, is that just is that everything driving in, flying in, or is it just flying in, or what?
They're doing what? They're holding people up coming into Florida for 2 weeks?
Yeah, like if you come in, you gotta basically quarantine for 2 weeks.
Find a place and stay there for 2 weeks, supposedly.
Yeah, I don't think. I think if you come in and I don't think you'll have a problem just coming here, but you're not supposed to be out anywhere. But the governor was out today, I guess, asking folks what they think he should do. I mean, what the hell is that?
That's called not leadership. The people of states, they're like children. We can't tell our leaders what we need because we don't know all of the information.
That's what it's like. It's like a bunch of kids out here who are 10th graders and are waiting for the fucking teacher to tell us what to do. I mean,
Yeah.
We should have never been in this bullshit anyway. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
Now,
Hey,
isn't
Lori,
Florida,
how you doing?
Isn't Florida going to start opening up Thursday night, Friday morning?
Well, that's what the governor. He don't know what he's doing. He was asking questions, wondering what to do. I mean, they did open up some beaches, and supposedly Thursday, I guess all hell's breaking loose. But who knows? I mean, we don't know. I don't even know what the hell the whole country's doing.
In Ohio,
Anybody knows?
Yeah, here in Ohio, they're going to they're phasing it in. Starting May 1st, they're going to open up like certain aspects of life, and then slowly move into like retail in like 2 or 3 weeks, and then entertainment in a month or so.
Yeah, they're doing it in phases here in Canada too. I've been laid off for 6 weeks, and I'm just going back to work on Monday. And that it's funny though, because I'm going back to work on Monday after this being off this long, and my brother's work is closing down tonight because they have 7 cases. So it's like, what's going on? I don't get it.
Well, I was watching some stuff earlier that said that like they're closing down meat processing plants all over the country. I'm like, what is that? Why would you close
That's
down
bad.
Well, I just seen a thing where I guess Trump is ordering them to stay open.
Is he? Well, good, because somebody needs to be a voice of reason.
Well, I seen a post from one of the farmers, and they said the government has told them to slow down production it was a chicken plant or chicken farm or whatever. And they said that they were told to like pretty much halt production, not stop it completely, but like it was reduced by more than 50%. And I thought, now they're cutting off our freaking food source. Like, what are they trying to do?
Well, some of them were even saying like for like cattle and stuff like that to call the animals and whatnot, and reduce it down to just a couple hundred head compared to how many thousands.
That's scary. Like, what are they planning here?
Yeah, it's kind of like they're trying to perform a controlled burn. Let's see how far we can restrict the public before there's a resistance.
Well, there already is.
So Trump said something here in the chat here. If they dictate what we should do, we get upset. If they ask us what to do, we get mad. Which that is actually kind of true.
It is very much.
It's not just kind of. It's actually true. So we're gonna have to either,
respect what they say or not.
They shouldn't
right?
dictate. They shouldn't dictate what we do. They don't dictate what I do. I go do what the hell I want to do.
Yep, exactly.
And I have. I haven't stopped from. I mean.
Oh, same here. I mean, I just got kicked out of Family Dollar for it.
It's funny. I like to tease some like my local Kroger's all the time because I always do kind of random weird things. Like this week, I'm going to go over there dressed like Darth Vader. I did Call of Duty Ghost for the last couple weeks, and they got kind of nervous at first, and then they're like, "Oh, it's him."
And then you wonder why you're kicked out of a dollar store.
But see, they told us to wear masks. They didn't say we couldn't have, full face masks. Here, let me
go in with a Jason mask on and see how they react.
No, what you need someone else to go with him as Michael Myers.
Yeah.
Someone wear Jason, someone wear Michael Myers, and just start patrolling the store.
Exactly.
Here you go. This is how I walk around.
Oh, here it comes.
Oh my God, that's epic.
Hey, so
I am not your father.
Who wants to go into the basement for a second?
I will. Thank you for having me on, Jeremiah.
I'll go.
I will. That's fine.
No, you stay there, Kim. Let me jump up there.
Hang on. It's just to go in the basement for a little bit because I got somebody wanting to come on.
Yeah, that's no problem. I can go. Thank you for having me on.
No,
There you go.
Hey, there you go.
Not a problem.
All
Thanks
right.
for coming on. Thanks for coming on here, Kim.
I'll be in touch, Jeremiah. Watch for my email, okay?
All right, sounds good.
Thank you,
Okay,
Kim.
bye, guys.
See ya.
Yeah.
Oh my! I wonder if they'd get mad if I went in like wearing my motorcycle helmet, drive in
What's
and
going
Jeep
on?
throw the motorcycle helmet on at the door.
What's going on? Trump said.
Hey, I just want to thank you for having me on. I wanted to talk about the supply chain and the food. There's a couple interesting things that I just wanted to point out. The bottleneck of supply chain has prevented the meat processors of getting their food to the grocery store. So the farmers, the meat plants are full, right? So the farmers can't sell the cattle, or they can't get the hogs and the cows to the meat processing plants, because the meat processing plants can't process the meat because they can't get it to the stores. So it's a bottleneck is what happened. So what happens is when you have 20,000 pigs and 10,000 of them are pregnant and they have 20,000 babies, all the time, your farm can't handle that capacity. So you have to get rid of some of those hogs, and that's what's going on. But let's talk about it a little further. Just one more thing. If you heard in the news, Smithfield said they were going to close down. A lot of these places are going to close down, these meat processing places. They're owned by China. China came in and bought all of our industry up. And so, yeah, they want to shut it all down because they want to damage our country any possible way. The other thing is a lot of these meat processing plants are shutting down, or people are infected and they can't replace and rehire them quick enough is what they're claiming. So there is justification in what's transpiring. But at the same time, if we're the greatest nation in the world, we should be able to deal with all this and more. And so because we've failed at this level, I think that it's an atrocity. It's an atrocity what's going on. But hopefully, these farmers, the cattle ranchers, the pig farmers, the dairy farmers, they're dumping millions of gallons of milk on the ground, stuff like that. It's because they can't get it out of their farm. I mean, the milk, the cows keep making milk, brother. You got to keep milking them.
So you're saying that all the milk is being dumped from all the farmers?
Well,
not all of it, bro.
I've seen it.
What
He is right, and it's happening to many trades.
farmers have been dumping milk for years. The government has paid them to dump milk. I know quite a few farmers. One of them used to milk almost 15 head of cattle, and they would dump more milk than they sold.
Okay,
Well,
I'm not saying that it hasn't. What I'm
Right.
saying is that they're dumping more now than ever before. And the reason it is because they can't get it to the stores.
No, I believe it's the demand has dropped because the restaurants and all them places are closed, and that's what the big demand for milk was too. And
Well,
they're
then
not
why isn't there any milk
allowed
on
to
the
be
shelf?
open.
Why isn't there milk on the shelves of the grocery store?
Depends on what area you're in.
They're here.
But I agree with both of you. It's
Yeah,
Right.
I agree with you
stores
too.
don't want
Exactly.
it because
There's many
there's too much of it, and restaurants are closed down and they don't want it, so they got to do something with it.
Yeah, our store, we got about everything you can get right now. There's still you still can only buy one thing of toilet paper and paper towels, and I don't know why, but
Which I know here in Vancouver, Washington, I know the milk is like very hard to get in certain places.
Well, there's videos of stores all across America that have empty shelves. So
yeah, I
I'm
mean,
sure
it depends on the area.
some people's stores are just loaded with merchandise. I mean, they have more merchandise than they can sell. I'm sure I've seen a number of those videos. But other stores, which are really the videos that I've seen, they don't have the product on the shelf. Okay. People are making videos constantly about that. All right. But what the problem is that these farmers are getting stuck with this product and they got to get rid of it somehow.
Yep, and I'm seeing it big time down here. We have one of the biggest fucking potato French fry plants going in pretty well all of America. From Canada, is Cavendish Farms. Their production, they don't know what to do with the potatoes. The farmers don't know what to do. They're thinking about burying them again.
So, my eye on you, you're originally from Pennsylvania. Do you know Smithfield Packing?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
Loves Mike's Pizza said our Smithfield Packing place here in Arnold, PA closed down.
Yeah, Smithfield's all over the country. They're one of the biggest ones there is.
They're worldwide. Smithfield is an international company, and it's owned by the Chinese now. It's a worldwide corporation.
Yeah. But well, Trump just come out and said that he doesn't want. He's ordering them not to close. But I can't see where, if they got to close, they got to close. What can you do? It's business. What are you going to do? You're going to sit there and just do nothing, especially if you don't got people to do the work.
Well, the problem is that the president, under this declaration that he's made, is if they close down, the government can step in and open their business, and so they can't close down. They'll actually send the National Guard in, take over the business, and run the operation. It's a law, and that they have the capacity to do it.
I'm just trying to sit here and picture being ex-military. I'm trying to picture National Guard working at a meat processing plant as incompetent as I've seen them most times.
Dude, the National Guard will go in and take the plant over. I didn't say that the National Guard would run the plant. Obviously, the government would hire skilled, qualified individuals to run the plant. The National Guard will take possession of the premises.
I know. I just had that mental image of them trying to.
I could see a bunch of DFAC workers working in the plant. Have all the privates doing everything.
Dutchman, you should be going in there to help.
Jeez.
I think it's
I'd have a conniption.
I think it's a pretty serious situation, and I feel that in a couple of months, everybody else is going to feel the same way, because you're going to feel it. If you're not fishing and hunting, you're not going to be eating. But let's go back to another thing. We put 3,000 yesterday. We put 3,000 pounds of fish in the freezer, okay, because we're not going to be able to buy fish pretty soon. All right. So, but let's go back to 10th Man, and I want to bring this up. I was on a panel of his about a month ago, and one of his buddies told me that this toilet paper issue and this food issue at the grocery store was just a temporary situation, that it was a hiccup in the transportation and getting the products to the store. So I said, okay, all right, it's just temporary, right? He said, yeah, in a couple of weeks, it'll catch up with itself. Well, it's been over a month now, and I can tell you what, I've been to 4 or 5 grocery stores this week, and every one I go to has bare minimums on the shelves.
Yeah.
Is that the meat? Is that the meat and everything?
Yeah, brother. They don't really have an abundance of anything. As soon as it hits the shelves, it's pretty much bought up. Unless you're there on the day of delivery that morning. People are pretty affluent where I'm from. They just buy everything, they buy it all.
Spartacus said, what law is that?
I don't know. I wish I could quote that to you, but the president has the authority to demand. Somebody else on the panel here mentioned that the president told him to stay open. The president has the authority under the War Act or something. It's called.
It's the national disaster acts that they have in place. When
it's under the war clause or something, and then they can go in if the organization doesn't comply, they can actually go in and take possession of the premises and operate the industry themselves. And obviously, that when the situation's over, they probably should give it back to the rightful owners.
But see, one of the problems I see that they're having is having people to work. And if the company can't get people to work, how's the National Guard going to do that?
Well, I know a lot of people that are out of jobs right now that just filed for unemployment. I think about 12 million or something, 10 million.
I get that. But if the companies are hiring, supposedly they're looking for people to work, but nobody wants to go in them plants when they got the COVID running around.
Well,
I'm not sure you missed the part that the Chinese own the companies. So if they're saying that they're trying to hire people and they can't hire people, I mean, I don't trust the Chinese to tell me the truth about anything, brother. Okay.
No, I don't either. But
let me tell you where that comes from. Let me tell you where that comes from. They set aside contracts for veterans. Okay, government contracts for disabled veterans. But in the clause of the contract, it says that you should hire veterans. Okay. Well, what companies were doing was they were getting the contracts and they were telling the government, we can't find any veterans to hire, so send us foreign labor under the H-2B program. They would literally bury an employment ad in some off the beaten path periodical newspaper so that no veterans could ever find it to apply for the jobs so that they could get cheap labor out of Mexico. I believe that the Chinese would do the same thing. They would tell the government, look, we can't get anybody to come to work. They'll do anything to defeat this nation. But that's just my opinion.
I think right now one of the biggest problems that they have is because they made it a benefit to you can file for unemployment plus get a $600 a week boost to that unemployment. Who wants to go to work for $400 a week when you can make $1,000 staying at home and being safe?
Yep.
Right.
Well,
right. But think about this, guys. How much do government employees make? So if the government runs the ad to go work at the meat market, you're going to get being paid $42 an hour. You're going to get all your retirement benefits, all your medical, all your dental, everything, just like you would get working for the government in any other department.
Hey, if they want to pay me $40 an hour, I'm all for it.
Thank you.
I'll work for the government again.
Right. Right.
I don't know.
So,
when I was in the Army, I made $1,000 a month, and I had to freaking stir shit in Iraq.
Man, you got paid more than me. Listen, I made more in the Army selling cigarettes to idiots than what the Army paid me. When the people are bumming a cigarette off you for $1 a piece, $20 a pack, what, 12 packs in a carton if I remember?
10.
10.
Is it 10? Well, there you go. Still, it's a lot of money.
the funny part is that the government contractor standing right next to you, when you were making $1,000 a month, he was making $10,000 a month.
He was making $1,000 a week.
Yep.
Or no, I'm sorry, upwards, depending on their job, $1,000 a day, and on the low end, $1,000 a week.
That's right. That's right. So you can see there's a manipulation of the system, and you have to understand how to work the government system to benefit you, and people understand that. But my point is this, guys, and I'll shut up. The Chinese own Smithfield. The Chinese own a lot of these meat processing plants. The Chinese have a big control over our pharmacies, our pharmaceuticals, over our food supply, over all of our manufacturing, and they're going to do anything they can to destroy this nation however they can. They've always wanted to do it. They will always want to do it. They want to rule the world, and that's their goal, and that's what you see transpiring today.
We need to do like those European countries and send China the bill for our COVID distress.
Well, it's like getting a judgment in court. Let's say that you go to court and get a judgment. Now, how do you collect?
Let me tell you how to collect. We owe them like $15 trillion. We tell them they're not getting 10 of it. That's how we do it. We pay down our debt. Then
we haven't paid it down. We've only been paying interest on the debt anyways. So we haven't paid it down.
If we're not going to get a monetary value from them, we'll deduct what we owe.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, and then I'll talk.
That's what I was trying to say is we would deduct from what we owe. We owe all these trillions of dollars that we know that we're going to eventually have to pay, but we also know that they will never pay to us because we owe them. Send them the bill, this $2.2 trillion, and then this additional $5 billion. Put that in a bill, send it over there, and tell them we'll deduct that amount from what we owe them.
It's like this.
We haven't paid them, dude. So they haven't been paid. They're not being paid, and they're not going to get paid. So nothing changes.
I just say give them California and be done with it.
But I've never been a conspiracy theorist, but this shit here is starting to make me think. I got I think the U.S. government's involved in something scammy just as much as anybody else. And I'll tell you one of the reasons why is we got a county down here near me It's one that I video at quite often. I go over and drive them nuts. They got 3 cases, only 3 people. And they had FEMA in there the other week holding meetings about a FEMA camp at the sports complex. They're anticipating a second wave that's supposedly going to take out a whole lot of people.
Yeah, I think the Duke Energy Center here in Cincinnati, they've converted that over as well. They're anticipating a much stronger mutated form of it, especially coming from these people that have already had it. And I seen where they were posting, some of these doctors were posting that people are starting to re-get the virus, and it's hitting them a little bit harder this time around because they haven't healed from the first time around.
And then here's another thing. I had a guy. He's from Israel. He spent all of his life in the Israel military. He's pretty high up in the Israel military, but he's here in the States. He's been here in the States for a while. He was telling me long before it come out in the news about this thing being a horizontal vertical disease virus. And I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. And then it was not long later that the Bronx Zoo says, oh, the lions and the tigers got it. Oh, there's 2 cats that got it. Now there's a dog that has it. And that's what he said. When it goes horizontal and vertical, it's out of hand, and we're not going to contain it.
Well,
So,
if you pay attention for the last 20 years, with the way our government has handled things, if you want to bring some conspiracies into it, like with the false flag stuff, we've been attacked on our free speech. We've been attacked with our, Second Amendment. Look at all the rash of school shootings and public shootings to kind of manage the growth of firearms in this country. And they've been talking about a virus for several years, and now it came to pass. Now that the country's kind of roaring against, guns, roaring against free speech, now we have something that's coming in that's harming us and actually keeping us in place. We have effectively sheltered in place. There's look it up. It's called Jade Helm. It's where that they're going to try to enforce martial law. They started it in Arizona and Texas, and then and what they've done is they've effectively got us to stay home. They've got military in a lot of larger communities handing out food, and now they're going to try to control meat processing. They're trying to drive up the price of oil when oil is absolutely worthless right now.
well, it did go up.
It's you have to kind of look at the whole scheme of things. The country is trying to change, and it's all out there. It's all out there. Martial law is the final step.
Well, I think we're still we're in medical martial law, I guess some call it, but but I guess the second wave is where people are saying it's going to get really crazy.
Well, Jade Helm was conducted with UN forces on American soil, so it won't be our soldiers and sailors that are going to be holding us in place. It's going to be, a United Nations effort against America.
Well, yeah, that's why we got them.
So
Yeah.
I don't know if Trump said jumped off himself or not, but either way, thanks for coming up here. If you did jump off by yourself, Just Z, what's going on?
But the it's I don't like what's going on. I don't pay attention to the rules. I just do what I want. I'm a free American. I think everybody should do that.
Yep.
But the problem with it is
American, I'm a free Canadian.
well, same thing.
I'm doing it. I hear you. I had to get there.
I spent a lot of time in Canada. I can appreciate what you go through up there. But it's there was no reason, I don't think, for a shutdown like it is. I mean, if every American would take into their consideration their personal safety, then we wouldn't have to worry about everybody else's safety. They would take care of themselves. But we just got too many people out here that believe that, hey, I'll wait till what the government tells me to do. CFW, come on up on panel.
Yeah, blow me a kiss. You didn't hear that, right, honey?
Oh, shit.
Going down.
But, it's just that, I get a lot of information off of this Israeli guy, and he gets a lot of his Israeli intelligence, he says, and he's feeding me more and more every time I talk to him. And, I don't know whether to believe it or not, but, the Israelis are estimating that Florida alone on the second wave is going to lose at least 1 million people.
What do you think, Jeremy?
I was trying to keep up with the chat. So Steven said, once the state of emergency has been declared, we have martial law. And, even before all this crap started, I said this is going to end up in martial law. Like, it just
no such thing.
No such thing. Well, New York City itself declared martial law. That's the words they used whenever they shut down. California declared martial law. So numerous states have declared martial law in itself. They
don't have that jurisdiction.
They don't, but they still did it. And why is that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's no jurisdiction, so they can call whatever they want to call. But the fact that nobody will stand up against it is why they'll get away with it.
Exactly. That's the real problem.
That's the problem. Nobody's really standing up against it.
Too many
Too many people have just gotten lazy and complacent, and that's easier for them to just do what they're told than to actually take a stand. And
well, that's what happens. That's what happens when law enforcement does what they do. People want to abide by what the law, what the tyrants tell you to do. They show their force. They execute the force, over and above the law. And it people say, oh, I can't do this. I can't do that. I can't, that's why we going out here confronting these people. That's why we get such a backlash from a lot of people. They tell us that we're wrong. I just had a woman sit there and argue with me and telling me that what I do with cops is wrong. I mean, I don't get that violent with them, but I try to put them in their place. I mean, it's, you stand up to them, and people won't do that. So they become sheeple. And, that's what we're faced with is a whole country of people that believe the government has their interest in hand, and it don't. I don't give a fuck what you say.
Well, the sad thing is, and what I've always said is, this country, from the very beginning, this country has a history of people not standing up. Less than 10% of the population even got involved in the Revolutionary War, and that number hasn't gotten higher. It's gotten lower. You got 200 million people won't even get off the couch to go vote. You got 65 million people thinking we need to be a socialist country. So I mean, it's a losing battle every damn day, and that's why. And not to be negative, but there'll never be a revolution. They'll go door to door, and there won't be a revolution. My cold dead hands, that'll be about 1% of 1% of 1%, and they'll be just a memory in history. That's all it'll be. It's the way it's always been.
That. They'll be too afraid to publish about it. For me personally, I don't own any guns in a barrel built, buried out back at all. They all fell in the river.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the sad history of our country. Nobody stands up. They never have. Never, not even from the beginning. Never have.
I mean,
like
not
87% of the population they were British until the British were defeated. And hey, now we're Americans, and they didn't raise a finger to do shit. And that bloodline has continued since day one.
Yeah.
My personal opinion.
Well, I mean, I see it happen, and I just believe that it's the pressure of the government that's keeping people where they're at, and they want to believe and follow through. I mean, it's just like this. This last election with Trump. I mean, he seemed to bring a new faucet of people into play, but and it's people are blind by it. He ain't no different than anybody else. He's just a puppet there. And yes, he doesn't want to do everything that they tell him to do, but he's still a puppet. You know, the Israeli guy told me that, you know, the government didn't want Trump in office. And since he is in office, what their plans were ain't going very good, because he's not following their plan. He's trying to, you know, derail their plans. So this is why things are going a little different direction. But he also said that if Clinton was in there, since she was government, she's in line with all that plan. So things would have been a whole lot worse right now.
Now, I know my eye on you doesn't agree with my conspiracy theories, but, you know, I fully believe, and I know people don't like to talk about it, but the Illuminati, I fully believe in that. And if you look at the Bohemian Grove, which is the headquarters, you know, Trump used to be a part of that. Almost every single president that's up there is a part of that. But everyone has their own opinion on it.
Well, the joke is it's not a belief. That has existed for a long damn time, and the fact that people don't see it is the problem. I mean, years ago, all the kings would meet. You know, everybody would go to a certain meeting place. They would discuss things, and that's how the shit was. So what would make it any different today?
Well, I mean, we still got people who think the Earth is flat, so, you know, anything's possible.
See, what my theory is.
I don't know. I mean,
and I've been explained this by some of the top people in the Freemasonry. Freemasonry, Illuminati was a branch of the Freemasonry. They disbanded them. They disbanded them long ago. It was no different than the Shriners is, and some of those other organizations that once you hit the Master Mason issue, you go off on, you know, and get your degrees.
Love you all.
But the Masons have been in control of this world for thousands of years, man. It's all Masonry stuff.
The joke is pulled over everybody's eyes, hiding in plain sight.
But if you go back and see what they teach you, all the stuff that you have to learn being a Freemason, it's what it all is.
Who did we just lose?
Got it.
Alan.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
No. I got moved to the top.
Do you like it on top?
Definitely not a bottom.
For the record, I've never been in space, so I can neither confirm nor deny whether the Earth is flat or round.
Technically, if you're in space, wouldn't it look flat anyways?
You mean you haven't been up that high?
That's right.
Well, I can tell you this much.
More.
I flew to China once. We went up to the top of the Earth. Flew around the top of the ice cap, and you can actually tell it's round from up there.
Yeah, when I went to Korea, I served in Korea for my first tour, and we flew. I flew from Cincinnati to Chicago, and then up to Alaska, and then over Russia, and then down to Japan, and yeah, it's actually pretty cool to look out and see all that.
Yeah, I caught hell because we were up. I could actually see the edge of where the great glaciers was breaking and floating, and I had my window open, and it's bright as shit, man. It's and I'm sitting there, and everybody's trying to sleep, and I'm lighting up the first class cabin, and they're pissed off at me. But hey, I paid for the seat. Well, at least the company I worked for paid for the seat. But that was my theory.
You must have been Army.
No, I did.
Whoever was in South Korea, stationed in South Korea, Army.
Camp Stanley, correct.
Right. I was over there in 93. We went over there for, what do they call that, Eastern Star?
Mm. I was there in 03, at end of 02, beginning of 03. And we did I was right by, do you know where Itaewon was? Uijeonbu.
You know what I remember? Wherever I was, there was a street that was just like a long ass flea market with a bunch of bars on it. That's what I remember.
The Ville that popped up at every base. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't know. Pohang comes to mind, but Seoul maybe. I don't know. We coming off the ships. I was on the San Bernardino back then. But we did a field out there. I don't remember. It was like a month long, maybe. But I can't remember the name of any of the towns.
Yeah, I was there for a year, and we did. So what's so funny is, we have this big conflict with Russia all the time. But back in 2002 when I was there, we did this exercise called Neptune Thunder, where the United States would rent ships from the Russian Navy because they don't really use them, and we would put our launcher rockets on their ship decks and see if they could handle, because our goal was to try to put our rockets that I was MLRS, was to put one on our own ship, but we didn't want to practice on our own ships, so we did exercises with the Russian Navy and practice on theirs. Get to spend 2 weeks in Russia. Our big enemy. But yeah, no, it was a great time. I love South Korea. Best kept secret of the world.
That's right. That's where all dogs go when they go to heaven.
Couple drinky girls.
Yeah, they had a meat market there too. But God, for the life of me, I can't think of the name of that area.
Let's see. There's Incheon, Itaewon, Uijeonbu, Busan.
Busan, maybe.
There's Osan.
Yeah, well, now Osan. Is something on?
It was probably Itaewon, because I think Itaewon is like a massive stretch. It's more, it's more built up now today than it was in 2002 than it was probably in the 90s. But yeah. It's
halfway down a flea market street on the left, there was a bar you went in at the bottom, like this 3-story building. And then that was the first time they would ask me, "You want Showtime?" I'm like, "Showtime? What the hell is that?" Sucky fucky. I'm like, well, you can call it HBO for all I give a fuck. Let's go. But then you'd have to climb up 2 flights of stairs or whatever up there. But that's all I remember.
Yeah, the sex shop there. It's double barber signs. Those big candy cane signs. There'd be 2 of them stacked, and that would be a sex shop. One would be an actual. If there was only one, it was an actual barber. Yeah. I stayed away from those places, man. Too many things out there that I wasn't kind of touched.
See, I wonder if that's in my military record. If I could pull that up, I wonder if it's actually in there.
If you got syphilis, it is.
If you got what?
If you got syphilis, it's in there.
That's right. No, that didn't show up till 2002.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if everybody gets their job back, but something tells me that that's not going to work that way.
Linda, that is true. When I was there, there's a place they filmed the show MASH at called I think it was Triple Nickel, and it's the intro for MASH. They fly over some mountains, and it's actually a training exercise area. But right next door to it is a dog farm, and all night long you hear these dogs just yelping because they're tied up by their hind legs, and then to let all their blood rush to their head, and then they cut the throat, skin them, and do all the other mess. But it's a legit dog farm. It's pretty bad.
Hey guys, sorry, just real quick. Alan and Third Gunner were talking about the same place. You're right, Alan. It's Itaewon, and Third Gunner, when he said he came into Seoul, and then he talked about that street, and all the bars and this, that, and another thing. That is Itaewon, and that's that street. So you guys are talking about the same exact place.
Yeah, because I used to party at Dragon's West. It's a massive military-owned hotel.
Yeah. I did some time over there myself in the military, and listening to you guys talk, I put 2 and 2 together. You just weren't sure what each other was talking about. That's all. But you're both talking about Itaewon. Yeah.
By the way, Trump said, "I'm glad you came up here because I was going to call something out for you. Go to your favorite YouTuber, which you know who I'm talking about."
Yeah.
Well, he's ready to start a war. Okay. So you were there whenever I called this stuff out, and I said, what if your comment would cause somebody to just commit suicide, right? So today he said that I said that he, if it does happen, then he's the one who caused it. So I comment on his video from today, and he's been responding. But his last comment to me, he's like, "Do what you will, but know that it's not a good idea to push this. Remember, you have no idea where I am in my head. You could manipulate me into actions. Think about the battle you are about to start."
You know, he tries to be a bully. When somebody points out his faults, then he tries to bully and threaten them. And to me, listen, Jeremiah, I listened to everything you said, brother. Everything you said on that panel, bro. You were completely in line. You're fine, dude. And that guy, listen, man, that guy, he needs to just keep doing what he's doing and not worry about us. And we need to keep doing what we're doing and keep his ass in check. He banned me today, so I can't even comment or do nothing anymore. But anyways, it is what it is. Now, I was going to go back to these guys. These are my brothers, man. These are veterans on this panel, and I thank you both for your service. And Korean just happens to be one of the 5 languages that I speak. And I spent a lot of time over there. I love that place. And I took some people out of there that were being human trafficked. And a lot of those women that they're selling.
Yeah.
A lot of those women that are being sold on the streets of Itaewon are being held captive, and a lot of them are young girls, and I got them out of there. I got a number of them out of there while I was serving over there, and so anyways, but yeah, you're talking about Itaewon and Jeremiah. Listen, bro, that guy. Let me tell you about that guy you're talking about. All that guy's trying to do is get you to say something or do something that he can hold against you legally. Okay? You're a good dude. You have a great life. You have everything that dude wishes that he had. Okay? So like Jeremiah, you just keep doing you, brother, because you're successful. You're a good person. You're trying to do your best in life, and don't take your eye off the prize, brother. Don't take your eye off the prize for some loser. Okay, just keep doing you. You pointed out everything appropriately. I was so proud of you, dude. I didn't even know we had engaged before, but dude, I was so proud of the way that you handled yourself. And you said you got all emotional. Well, maybe right at the end just a little bit, but you know what? That's okay too. It's just passion, brother.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the words that you had in the chat that day.
Yeah, I supported you as best I could that day, and I thought about it ever since then. For some reason, I couldn't get you off my mind because not many people have the ability to do what you did that day, and that's to go up there and articulate yourself so well. But really, all he does is anybody that points out his flaws, he bullies them either on the panel or in the chat. He'll either manipulate the mic or the panel access, or he'll time people out or ban people in the chat. Okay, he'll bully them and then he'll threaten them, or he'll threaten them, and that's all he's doing to you, Jeremiah. So don't be fooled, brother. You just do you. I'm so proud of you as a young man and what you've become. That I don't want to see you get all wrapped up in that shit.
No, I just thought I'd go up and speak my mind because if somebody's so, how, I don't know the word to use, but he has no feelings according to him. What he says, he doesn't care about anybody. Has no feelings about anybody. So, the stuff he was saying about emo, and with Emo in the situation he's in, it just hit home. And my eye on you has been there through my rough times when I was at that point. So he knows exactly where I'm coming with this as well. You know what I mean? So I just thought I had to go up there and share my mind, because if I didn't, then, you know, if something would happen where actually somebody did something stupid, I would feel guilty. So I just did what I had to.
Well, I appreciate that conscience. That's called a conscience, and a lot of people don't have a conscience. You have a conscience about yourself, and what you did was reach deep down inside and check yourself and said, you know what, I need to say something, or I need to stand up, or I need to make a difference, or I need to be the difference I wish to see in the world. And that's what you did, and that's commendable, brother, for you to do that. But listen, bro, I run into a lot of people on this YouTube thing. I'm not here to make a channel. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to find veterans that need help. Okay. But I find a lot of people on here that are so distraught and so messed up with themselves and their lives that they just try to take other people out, you know, in the process. So don't become a victim of this guy. Just match his wit or exceed his wit, or say what you've got to say, but be conscientious, Jeremiah, because you have a lot more to lose than he does, brother. Okay?
I just don't have no time for the guy.
Come on, Jeremiah. I thought that's what I was here for.
Who is this guy?
It's just a joke,
to troll
guy.
the trolls.
Yeah.
See, here's the thing. I don't like giving him a shout out on my channel. It's just,
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
I get that.
Let's go back to
hit me up privately. You know I'll mess with them.
Yeah, let's go back to Korea, guys, or let's go back to COVID or America, or like Eyes on You. Eyes on You brought up some good points, you know, about what's going on all over the world, and these organizations that are manipulating the situations of the world in which we live. These Masons or whatever they call them, and all these different things. Those are good topics of discussion. We don't need to talk about some dude sitting on a fucking chair on a computer causing problems.
With blue hair.
Yeah, or pink or green, or he thinks he's a fucking unicorn or something. Who gives a fuck?
I was respond to Linda. He was talking about her son ate dog meat in Korea by accident. That happened to me. I went off searching for a nice place when I first got there, and they told me bulgogi with a B is beef. So I went to this restaurant, and I look at the menu, and I'm looking at it. I'm trying to order beef bulgogi, but I thought I had misheard it because I seen the word bulgogi with a K. So I thought I must have misheard it. And so I ordered it, and then I ate it, and it was really good when I ate it. Until I got the bill, and the bill was like $16, and I'm like, for a bowl of beef and rice, no, you're not ripping off the Americans. It's like, no, bulgogi, woof woof. And I just lost it. I lost everything right there.
Yeah.
Well,
So what do you guys think? You think the North Korean president's dead?
No. I think he's just.
Yeah, you can't get that lucky.
The guy is like fame hungry. He wants people talking about him.
There you go.
He's a drama queen.
He sure is.
But Alan, I had a similar situation back when I was 17. I took a trip down to Bolivia for a missions trip. And we stopped at this one restaurant, and the guy leading the group was sick, so he was in the bathroom. So I tried to order for myself, and I thought I got the beef dish. Came back, they bring out this big hunk of meat on the table, and I chow down. I was over halfway through before the group leader came back out, and he said, "Hey, that wasn't what you said you wanted." He's like, "You know what you're eating, right?" He's like, "Ain't this the beef dish?" He's like, "No, that's horse." It's like, oh, well,
Hey, that's
some damn
right.
good horse.
That's right. People over there in Europe eat horse. Yeah.
I mean, it was at that point. I mean, I might as well finish, you know.
I understand the Canadians eat a lot of horse too.
I have to point something out here. When Trump said was going, that's right. That sounded just like Larry the Cable Guy.
That's right.
Hey, I'll tell y'all a funny story about Larry the Cable Guy. It's funny you brought him up, Jeremiah. His personal trainer is a buddy of mine, and he makes $90,000 a year being his personal trainer, and the guy ain't never worked out one time.
I was gonna say, I was like, what's he training him for?
That's pretty good.
Hey, Jeremiah, so when you make it big time, brother, I want to be your personal trainer, okay?
I'll just sit at the house and pay you for nothing.
That's right. That's right. No, but listen, Jeremiah, when I said today in your comments, I said I wanted to tell you some things. What I wanted to tell you was you have a lot more to lose than he does. So you stay focused and keep your eye on the prize, brother, and let everybody else deal with that idiot. Okay?
I will do that.
Thank you, brother.
You know, one of the things that really inspired me watching the show was, you know, how passionate you get about things. You know, people see escalation as a negative. Sometimes, you know, you have to get that emotion out in the only way you know how to get it. And, you know, like, I was so impressed. Like, I know, you know, I read some stuff online where it said that, you know, the producers tried to instigate things and stuff like that, but you could see when you're really upset and passionate about these things. And it was impressive to me because, you know, while all these people would, you know, would bag on you for it, I was like, no, this is a man really putting himself out there. He's, you know, with this guy's journey, with his story, somebody's going to say, like, if he can do it, if he can feel that way and he can do it openly, I can do it myself.
So you saw the last season.
He is.
I saw all of them.
So you saw the one where I actually broke down and actually lifted my shirt, and you could see that I had carved "worthless" in here because that was my true feelings. And I literally I literally lost that, and that was literally like my true feelings.
You know, Alan, some of that is real, but
Hey, I don't know.
Some of it is manipulated.
I don't know anything about that show or nothing. I could feel the Jeremiah's passion at the end of this conversation yesterday, and what that is energy. He's full of energy, fellas. He's got a fire within him, and it can be a positive and it can be a negative. But what people try to do is make it a distraction, and really, that guy right there can accomplish more than 99.9% of the people in the world because of that energy. But it's hard when you're young and full of what they call piss and vinegar to control that emotion. And so as he matures, he's going to learn how to control that better and how to focus that energy into greater and greater success as he goes along, or he'll allow it to destroy him. One of the.
Listen to me. When I found this guy years ago, he's 100% different. 100%. He's come a long way.
Trump said, "I will tell you right now," and my eye on you can tell you. Back then, I didn't care about nobody. I didn't care if I hurt you by anything I said. I literally gave no shits about nobody. And if you said one thing wrong, I cussed you out to no end.
And then never spoke to him again.
Yeah, I understand, brother. I understand.
Yeah, you were a bit of a dick back then, weren't you?
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. You've come a long way since then, brother. And just protect yourself and protect yours from the parasites of the world. Okay?
Okay. I'll definitely do that.
Thank you, brother. All right, guys. Sorry to interrupt again, but I appreciate you veterans being on this panel and talking and eyes on you and everybody. I thank you guys for talking about all these issues. Everybody's been respectful and the panel's been wonderful tonight. Thank you.
That's the way we try to keep it.
And Holly's in the chat. Holly Auditor said, "I was in Iraq in '94 and never ate camel."
Hey, camel's good.
Hey, camel toe's really good.
There you go. It is. Nice and juicy.
You pickle that? Is that how you eat it? Pickle it?
Yeah.
Wait, you can stick a pickle in it.
Boy, there went the respectful part of the panel. I'm gone right there.
Yeah.
Alan, was Camp Stanley in South Korea?
Yeah. Camp Stanley's like a few miles from the DMZ.
Was that a Marine Corps camp?
No, that was Army with an Air Force attachment.
Okay, I didn't think there was a Marine Corps camp because usually, Marines it's a camp, Army it's a fort.
Right. Well, over when it's in country, it's a camp. When we're out of country in service, it's a camp. When we're in country of a continental United States, it's a fort. They're not the camps are like right now. Camp Stanley doesn't exist. None of those positions were ever supposed to exist longer than necessary. They just grew to be pretty massive. They were their own towns.
Alan, was it you that was saying
something?
Go ahead. No, I was just going to ask.
We were out in the field doing field ops, so we never went to an actual base. It was all just out there in the woods, and they had the carts come out, and they cooked dinner out there. The wonton, I think it was. It had meat in it, though. I think it was called wonton.
Shoot, my fondest memories are going out to the field for like 30 days, and every time we would go out, the Ajima would come out to the field following us around with her little receipt book, and we would instead of eating the MREs, we would be eating our bulgogi and rice.
Yeah, they'd cook it right there. They had a little trailer they pulled out there. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey man, I like them MREs.
Boy, I had the worst craps on those things. Whew.
Oh, buddy, I got an iron constitution. You can ask Jeremiah or my eye on you. Some of the stuff I eat, my eye on you, he's gotten on me for a number of times. You're going to get sick eating that. That should have been refrigerated a long time ago. Yeah, it's still fine.
It was good meeting you, Trump said. Yeah.
Hey, Alan, were you saying something about the 555th before? Was that you or was that someone else?
That was somebody else.
Oh. I was going to say that was my engineer brigade.
555.
Triple nickel. Yep, I was in the triple nickel engineer brigade.
So
571st Sapper Company.
I got a question, Alan. You were asking who was making those comments, or whatever. So I take it you're not in the like you don't do any auditing, do you? Like you don't keep up with the First Amendment auditing. You're here for my fan page, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that makes sense. Okay,
but I do watch like the First Amendment stuff when it comes up in the Second Amendment auditing and stuff like that.
So
but I'm not subscribed to any of that.
Yeah,
so
that's what pretty much everyone is. That's coming up on the panel. That's what they do, or they support it. You know what I mean? So
I'm 2A all day.
So I will show this, and you decide where the freaking name is. If you know anything about YouTube comments, you know where to look for the name. I just don't want to say the name.
Oh. Huh. Yeah, I can't even see that.
I don't want to mention the name.
I get it.
But you got
so
it.
Like a stuffed pickle, too tall, Rob.
Say what now?
Sally Pickle.
Whoa,
what?
Too tall Rob's talking about a stuffed pickle.
He said he put a pickle in a pickle.
But yeah, Alan, you say you watch some of this stuff. What do you think about it?
So, I told you guys earlier, like, I stood up for my daughter a lot. I'm her biggest advocate. I'm also the same way about like the Second Amendment. I carry just about everywhere that I can carry. And I've had to even my own uncle, my own uncle's a cop. And, I've had to educate quite a few people because all the information's right there and people are still not reading it. And it's very small bits of information, very simple, wording, and people still don't understand what the Second Amendment is. So I'm my uncle tried to disarm me when I went to when I went out with him one night. He tried to disarm me. He grabbed my gun, and I told him, you don't do that. He said, "You can't have that, man. You're gonna get arrested." I said, "No. What's gonna happen is I'm gonna punch you in the mouth." All right, you don't touch that. He's my love. He's my blood. He's my family. I understand it. That I would never harm him, but could get him punched in the mouth. Don't grab for something like that.
I just had a similar conversation today with my kid's vice principal. Went in to drop schoolwork off, and we somehow started talking for a couple hours standing there. And it ended up on like Second Amendment and stuff like that. And I was kind of surprised because honestly, he's my interactions with him in the past, he's been kind of a dick, but it was kind of interesting to actually see his standpoints and see him actually stand up and advocate it.
I never realized until I had my my issues with with the school district. So just to give you a little bit more of a history. So my daughter was on a cheer team. Other cheer parents got mad because they thought they just let my daughter on and took a spot that could have went to their kids. One of the cheer coaches was one of those cheer moms. So the cheer coach tried to kick my daughter off after I paid the $1,200 and all the fine, the fees and stuff that involved. And I said, no, you're not going to do that. It's discrimination. Well, it escalated from there. And it got to a point where I was in the school one day and somebody called the police and said I was in the school with a gun because I had a holster on. In the state of Ohio, you're allowed to go on school property with a gun as long as it's locked in your vehicle when you go into the building. It can be on school property, just not in the building. And it has to be locked in your vehicle. Well, they seen my holster and they shut down the school. They put it on lockdown and the police came. So I record everything. They escorted me out. Like I said, if you go on my Facebook page, some of them back in November, like I got a little petty. They told me to leave. So I literally walked an inch at a time because it was a forward motion towards the exit while I was finishing conducting my business. So they couldn't arrest me. I'm not even lying. It's back in October or November of 2018 on my Facebook page. And, but I went to my daughter's cheer games and people would be like, trying to get the police involved and saying, hey, he's got a gun, trying to freak people out. And, eventually, the conversations, like I told them, you're causing more harm than what you think you're trying to prevent. You're escalating a situation doesn't need to be escalated. So it's people that are ignorant of their rights that do more harm than the people that are out there trying to, just live in their rights.
Yep.
It's a scary world out there, man. People are so, I hate to say sheep all the time because it's become so, so normalized, but it's really the only thing to call these people who refuse to understand that with every infringement they allow, eventually they'll never get back. Yep. They're training their own brains against the very thing that they need.
Yeah, I still think that's a wrong analogy, though. Even sheep can be herded.
Well, that's exactly what the government's doing with them. They're herding them.
Well, that's the purpose of sheeple is they pay attention to the government and they herd like sheep.
Yeah.
The government's the shepherd, and the sheep go where the shepherd says.
I remember being in the military. I remember being 18, 19, 20 years old in the military, still not knowing my Second Amendment right.
Coming together.
What was that?
Coming together is what we're doing.
Come together?
So,
yeah.
If you guys look in the chat.
I was thinking something different there.
Yeah, well, I was trying to clean it up.
It's like, crap, I didn't even get started yet.
If you guys look in the chat, we have a couple people that are talking about how either they were or they have family that was stationed.
I see that. I'm surrounded by army.
Yep.
But yeah, I remember being, being young, 18, 19, 20, even in the military, I wasn't taught my rights. Actually, the exact opposite is true. When you're in the military, you have to ask your unit's permission to have personal firearms. So it was still reinforced that we don't have a Second Amendment, even when I was in the military. When I got out, what really hit me to it was I was in I don't know if any of you guys remember Family Value or Video or anything like that, if you guys have one of those, one of the last video stores in America, I was renting a video, and this old guy in front of me bent over, and I'm not kidding, he had 3 guns in his belt. And I was like, whoa, this guy's going to kill everybody in here. And he noticed I was looking, and he handed me a card. He said, you need to read this, son, because if you don't, you're going to go through life not being a slave to the system. You need to read this. And it was my Bill of Rights. So, I was 22 years old before I even knew I'm allowed to freaking own a gun without anybody's permission. So now I own lots that are not buried or in a river somewhere, maybe.
And unfortunately, that's one of the things we still really don't even have our Second Amendment right the way we should.
Correct.
Look at, to keep and bear arms. It means literally that, to have the firearms and have them with you, but yet you got to have a permit to carry them around with you, depending on where you're at.
Well, you can expand on that even further. So the purpose of that Second Amendment had nothing to do with just firearms. It was... Oh, no,
it's to prevent tyranny in the government.
We should have exactly the same thing that the government has.
Yep.
So if the government has freaking cruise missiles, we should have cruise missiles. I'm not saying go out and find cruise missiles. Not go find cruise missiles. But the right of the people to bear arms, it was not just about having a hunting rifle, a musket, or because back then, most people don't understand is there was automatic weapons back then. They had the Gatling guns.
Oh yeah.
They had guns that were machined. You want to use that? What?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The whole point of the Second Amendment is to prevent tyranny in the government, to prevent a tyrannical government. And so many people, it's just like the experience I had today, getting kicked out of a Family Dollar store, because I didn't have a mask on. Well, I can't breathe with a mask on. So what am I supposed to do? Not go to the store because I can't breathe with a mask on, and then what happens? Tried to explain it to them. They wanted to have a conniption and told me to get the F out. I'm like, okay, well, fine. I told them to call the cops, have me formally trespassed, but they only read a small portion. They see you must have a mask, but they don't read the part that says unless you have medical exemption. The same with the Second Amendment. Some people, they think it's just, the right to keep and bear arms, and they leave it at that, and they forget about its true purpose. Yeah. So you got all these people who, they're keeping and bearing arms, but they have no idea what it's about. They have no idea what to do with it.
There are people out there with tanks. You guys ever watch the Knob Creek footage when they're out there blasting with the tanks and the machine guns and all the wonderful toys? That is what it's all about. We should have access to exactly what the government has in the event that it is necessary for a militia to be formed to bring down that said government.
Well, there's already militias out there being formed right now with all this stuff, and they're already under attack, being labeled as domestic terrorists, extremists, all this other stuff.
I'm Mormon. I'm not the best Mormon. Don't ever judge me as being the average Mormon, but, I don't do a lot of the things I'm not supposed to do, so I follow most of it. But, I left when I was a kid and came back as an adult. So, but, I like, did you watch, I'm sure the whole country watched what happened to that, what was it, that Finnegan Lavoie or whatever his name was, getting gunned down in Oregon, and the rest of those people, they militarized the FBI against private citizens and disarmed them and killed them. They chased them down and slaughtered them, actually, or they literally chased and gunned down this vehicle until it stopped and then killed the guy on video. So that's why it's necessary. That's why I got involved with, Second Amendment and being very proactive. And that leads into everything else. That second rule, it should be the first. But
Oh, absolutely.
without that rule, there is no First Amendment. There is no freedom of religion or choice or movement.
Yep.
So,
And it's amazing how many people, I was on a page on Facebook. I forget where or who it was with, but they were saying about, out here in Pennsylvania, they were saying about going up to Tom Wolf's house, standing outside and protesting and all this other stuff. And this guy was going off about, oh, that's not what you do. That's just spreading violence and fear and all this. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, standing outside his house, I was like, they have full right. If they feel that he's being tyrannical, they could go in and just remove him from his house. They're just standing out there and just shouting their disagreements with him.
I'm not one to silence anybody. I argue with the best of them. I get bored. I'm a single dad. I'm home a lot. So,
I hear you.
when I get those tracks and people argue with me, I enjoy that. They think I'm getting angry. No, I'm getting into it.
I think you and I are going to be good friends. This is usually when people get on Jeremiah. That's where I jump in, and that's where I have my fun.
Yeah, Jeremiah.
I think
Say,
he's still
Oh, did he go outside to smoke?
Hey, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, he must have went out to smoke.
But yeah, I didn't know that's what you guys were into. I heard the word audit being thrown out there, and it took me a second to kind of put that together with.
Well, I don't like the word audit. I really don't do audits. I expose corruption. I stand for civil rights. I dig into any of that kind of corruption.
Yep. It's more of a civil rights investigator.
Yeah, I've seen it myself. I grew up in a bad neighborhood. I grew up in foster care. Until my teens, and then I kind of got shoved out into the streets because nobody wanted me because I was a conflicted child. Being in foster care, shoved around. I never felt anywhere, so was home. So I was conflicted, and but I grew up on the rougher side of Cincinnati, and the police, they told us blatant lies. I watched this guy, Dion Day. I think he was in his 30s. I was like 16 or 17. The police surrounded him and killed him because he had a BB gun. And their excuse was it was a gun. Well, first of all, he was an adult. He was an upstanding citizen of the community. And they killed him before they could even, before approaching and identifying whether or not he was a threat. He didn't have it out. He had it in his waistband, and he was joking around because he had took it from a friend of mine earlier that day, and jokingly said, "You're going to get yourself killed with this thing."
Yeah.
So the police, they're not educated in the laws. It's like this tradition of lies that's passed down from generation of cops, and to all the way to my uncle. My uncle, he's been on the force 20 years. He just learned in the last few years that it was okay for civilians to have firearms.
Wow.
It's and that's the problem, and that's one of the biggest reasons why I try to educate the people in my life. Most people don't listen to me. They just think like, oh, you're just a gun nut. I am a gun nut, and I love them, and I enjoy going out, and my daughter has her own rifle. She has a PS90.
Nice.
Yeah, it's small enough for her, and it's and she can get grips on it really well. But it's an exercise of our freedom. It's plain and simple. It's an exercise of our freedoms, and the more people that you educate in your life. I have friends from Australia. They come over here. And they're telling me how much bullets cost. They have to register bullets in Australia. Like guns are virtually impossible to get. They have to almost be inherited, and even in order to even have them.
You got I think it's a minimum of a year waiting period.
Yeah, it's just as bad.
I've got a couple friends out in Australia, and I hear, and the worst part is I'm always hearing about all the shootings that take place out there. Now, I mean, think about that for a second. So what good does taking all them firearms do if there's still shootings going on?
It's funny. My friends over in Australia, the way he got guns is the natives over there. I don't know if you know. I don't know how much you know about Australia, but their natives are kind of they're really Aboriginal, and he said that he was out with some family and some friends, and these Aboriginal natives were burning the guns in fire pits just to stay warm because they had in stocks. And these were like antique firearms worth like a lot of money. And he was like, they were just piles of guns because they were wooden stocks burning.
Wow.
And that's how he has his firearms.
Unreal.
But what he said? He said he's only allowed a certain amount of bullets. He has to register each bullet. The police can come to your house, ask this at any time, ask to see and count every single one of your bullets.
Yep, and I think you got to keep track of the casings too after you fire around. I believe you have to keep track of the casings as well.
Yeah.
To account for them.
We was talking one day, and his wife was, I've got them there, like they're Filipino, but they were born and raised in Australia. But his wife was telling me all her friends hated guns, and they were saying, and they would question them like, why do you need guns? We've never, we don't have all these bad shootings and stuff like that in Australia. Well, Australia wasn't founded on a Bill of Rights, from its beginning. It wasn't ingrained into its society. That's why they don't care about those rights.
So there's a question up on screen for everybody.
Uh-oh, what happened? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can't hear.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you. I can't hear them.
Oh, gotcha.
What all the government's doing is counterfeiting. It's all it is.
Well, I don't think it's feasible to give that much money away. I think that would be trillions and trillions. That's pulling money from thin air. We don't even have it to begin with. Just to give us the money, that $1,200, it costed like $5 or $6 billion. So, and that was for $1,200 just at one time. Just imagine, the what is it, like 300 million Americans that actually qualify. 300 million people a month getting $2,000 to $4,000 plus children up to $500 per kid for up to 3 kids. I think was the other amount that they was discussing. Somewhere like Canada could do that because it's not such a large population, but America, that's not sustainable.
Well, it was 350 billion of a $6.2 billion or trillion dollar signing. I mean, when he signed the bill, he said it was 2.2 trillion. It was actually 6.2 trillion. That's just counterfeiting, and they can dish it out all they want, but what's going to happen is we're going to see huge inflation.
So not to interrupt, but we have Carmela, my wife, in the chat.
Hello, Carmela.
Hey.
Hey, Carmela. How's it going?
And it's all it's going to be is huge inflation. Well, the dollar gets weak, it's not worth nothing.
Well, another thing is what people are, they're kind of doing a bait and switch here. Is what they're doing is they're saying, all right, let's give everybody $1,200, but to placate them, to satisfy them, to make them think they're getting something. But over here, on the other hand, they're giving companies billions of dollars, millions and millions of dollars. Ruth Clark's got $20 million for that first loan, and then they got other sustaining loans as well that they're talking to pay employees on top of the $20 million. So the $1,200 was just enough to say, hey, look over here, while we give the companies the bailouts, just like they did the auto industry, $250 billion to each of those companies. The banks getting billions of dollars.
Do you want to say hi? You don't.
Yeah, that's pretty much the way it is. It's
So I'm just going through and putting things up on the screen, so questions and stuff you guys can talk about if you want.
Yeah, I've watched all this.
Why are they what, Brad?
Why are they telling us?
He's the one who asked about the stimulus check.
Yes, I saw that first time you put it on the screen. Yeah, the stimulus was 2.2 plus billion or trillions of dollars, but the people only got, you said, what was it, like 350 billion?
Yeah.
I mean, that tells you right now a select elites got millions upon millions.
Yeah, but the bill is actually worth $6.2 trillion.
So Brad asked how he can join the chat or the panel. I'm going to post the link, and then you click on that and just follow directions. And then it'll bring you right up here.
Just make sure, Brad, you turn down your volume on your YouTube channel.
Yeah,
or
so
mute
it's not
mute it,
running YouTube in the background, because we can hear all that then.
And then it echoes.
I was a little alarmed when that was going on. Like, oh no, what am I doing wrong?
But to me, this whole ordeal has been more of a money grab for the wealthy. It's redistributing the wealth. What's happening?
Well, it's not redistributing the wealth to the people. It's redistributing the wealth to the elite.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I've noticed. So Mormons own a lot of stuff, and the good, and there's a lot of good and there's a lot of bad, whatever. But the thing that I see with them that it's very impressive is they take what they have and they dole it out to everybody, kind of like a socialism, but the church helps people in need. But they ask for you to return somehow, volunteering, canneries, the butchery and stuff like that. That's the kind of system that we need to go into, where we go back to people go to work, get what they get. They devalued our money so much, and so few have our money, that eventually we're gonna have to find a new system to govern off of. I mean, all these billions and trillions are going to the top 1%.
How you doing, Defend? But yeah, it's it's just like when this stuff all went down, before we got put in lockdown and everything else going on. You notice how the stock market rallied and then it dropped tremendously, and all of a sudden it went back up and then it went back down again. I think they were positioning themselves to rake in billions and trillions of dollars into their pockets before they put us on lockdown, before everything was just going to crash completely.
Well, the irony is 2 months before it happens, they broadcast that it should happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
On television.
Oh, yeah.
This needs to happen at the beginning of the year in 2020, before the election. This is what needs to happen. And they said they need a stock market crash and they need a viral outbreak. How convenient is that?
And I think, my personal opinion, if a second wave comes and it's 100% worse than what we've done experience, I think the only thing that's going to get us out of this is war.
Yep.
I think we're facing maybe World War III.
Well, that's the scary thing is I don't know. I hope I don't offend anybody that's left leaning or anything like that, but they have caused so much damage to us on a global scale that those allies that we had are now angry with us. They have separated us from it, and they've literally sowed, the beginnings of our own end. They've separated us. They've alienated us. They've alienated our presidency. Our monetary, value is plummeted. If you go over to Europe, people used to say, "I want to be American." Now they're like, "Look at those dumbass Americans."
And Brad, Jeremiah's going to post a link. Watch for Jeremiah Raver's name. Right there it is under Linda's comment. Click on that link. And then you want to follow the directions and make sure you mute or turn down your YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's the link that's StreamYard.
You see that StreamYard link there? Click on that.
I saw that several times before I understood what it was.
Yeah, there's one person I know. He posts his YouTube channel sometimes, or his YouTube thing, or he'll post a link from the previous one.
Oh, and by the way, this is through StreamYard, so I can also do this on my fan page on Facebook.
Yeah.
Oh my.
So, do you get involved with the Second Amendment and First Amendment stuff, Jeremiah?
So my eye on you is the one who kind of got me introduced to that. I am more or less just a supporter. I would love to go out there and do all that stuff, but I would probably end up in jail every time I went out because I'm too outspoken.
You definitely have contain the burn, but yeah.
Exactly.
I mean,
that's why I can't go out and do that predator hunting stuff that you guys do. Especially with my past experiences and stuff like that, I couldn't.
I mean,
I have no problem with that. Then.
I mean, I get angry when I'm out there, but
yeah.
I just tell myself, for one, when I'm out there facing the tyrant cops, I don't want to be arrested. I'm not one of them that wants to be in handcuffs and hauled in, and just to increase my popularity, because that's just feeding the system. That's all it does.
Trump said it best.
Oh my.
Well, see, he would actually do well out there. He would actually do well out there.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Cops are afraid of people like you. Cops are afraid because people are looking at you. That's the thing.
It's just that, I mean, he can stand there and say what's on his mind. And the thing about it is that's what you want to do, is say what's on your mind.
You're allowed to say anything and everything you want to a cop as long as you don't.
See, Scott. Yeah, we want to join up and be bikers again. Oh boy!
There's a little story behind that. We got called bikers because I came in with my hat backwards, and he had his leather coat on, and my eye on you has a big beard, so they called
my
us.
My wife there, she just dressed casually, but we were bikers, so they put us in a special room because they were afraid of us.
And this was at not attorney, but what was it?
Yeah.
Was it attorney?
Yeah.
At the attorney's office.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was oh boy.
It looks like Brad is having problems with that link or something.
Yeah.
I've been having issues.
You still here, Brad? Click on that link.
Where are you from? My eye on you.
I'm originally from Pennsylvania, but I'm in Florida now.
I thought everybody from Ohio went to Florida. have to have a Bengal Steelers throwdown.
Ohio's a good place to be from, not at.
Yeah.
Well, it's amazing how much Steeler stuff you find down here. Ain't no doubt about that.
What's going on, Brad?
What's up, man?
Not too much. You got it figured out?
Yeah, I figured it out.
Awesome.
How y'all doing tonight?
Not too bad.
Lovely.
I went
Yeah,
to
dude. I was just wondering about that because you think about it. They give everybody $2,000 a month, every eligible American, which is pretty much everybody. They're giving it to people with Social Security, people with welfare, all that. So if you think about it, that is more money than, I mean, I can't even imagine the $1,200 per person, $2,400 for everybody's married. They're giving married couples $4,000 under what they just said, $4,000 a month. Married couples.
Well, I
For
don't
at
think, if
least-
I'm not mistaken, I think they just said that they're past the thing that it's the next round is $1,000. So I don't.
I
think-
didn't even get
Oh,
the
is
first
it?
one yet.
Okay. Well, they were talking about that. Could you imagine if they actually did have $4,000 per married couple?
They're just
And,
breaking the country. They're
How
just-
many people?
They're
marriage
just,
in America is going down, so it wouldn't be that many.
you know, it's
Well, yeah, it's true, but I mean, it's still the fact that how are they gonna penalize us after they would do all that and after everything's back to normal?
I can assure you that if we make it through all this, they'll get it back through the taxes. It's
Yeah.
it's just like, you know, everybody was gung ho when Trump signed the tax breaks.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you get? Average $40 a week in your paycheck.
Yeah.
You know,
That
the
meant
first round of you know, return year, everybody's bitching because all of a sudden now you can't deduct this, and your tax bill is outrageous. People were getting $8,000 to $10,000 back when the returns are only getting $4,000 and $5,000.
Yeah.
So if you think about it, what he give you was less than what he's taken.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about it that way.
You know, Republicans run what you call a trickle down economy, and this is what you see. This is how it is.
That's crazy.
And, you know, there's always been issues. Anytime a Republican's been in office, there's always been financial issues.
So now this $1,000 is it $500 per, like if you're married? So
from what I gather, it's $1,000 a person.
So okay, but still, so they'll get that back though. Obviously, they're not just going to give us money and then not recoup it somehow.
I mean, you know, they'll act like they're getting it back. They'll get it back through the tax somewhere. But
yeah,
I think that was actually what they were talking about was tax offsetting. So if you file taxes next year, they would deduct that $1,200 or $24 or whatever from the amount you would get, and if you didn't have a tax liability, it would just be removed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because that was kind of like I was wondering that whenever they were talking about $2,000 a month, $4,000 for married couples. I mean, that's a lot of money to just give us.
See, if people,
I mean,
you know,
that's crazy.
A lot of people don't understand how the system works there. You know, if you file and you put down as many dependents as you can, okay, you can actually claim more people than you have. It gets you more money back in your paycheck. But what's going to happen at the end of the year is you're either going to break even or you're going to have to pay a little bit in.
Yeah.
That's the best way to go. And I'll tell you why it's the best way to go. Okay. I mean, there's people that don't even pay in. They say they're exempt. You take that tax money that you normally pay the government, you put it in a bank account, and by the time it comes due, I mean, you can pay them, and you just earn money on your money instead of the government making money on your money.
Haven't they been trying
I never understood that exempt thing. I don't even know how
Well, you write exempt, and they don't take no taxes off of you. But at the
then
end
you
of
don't
the year,
get nothing back at the end of the year.
right? And then you're going to have to pay at the end of the year. But if
So you owe the money.
But if you do that, you bank the money. You bank the money you would normally do that with. And you got to be really good at it, because if you put it in the right places, you're going to make money. You're going to make more money by the end of the year. You're going to have more money than you got back in your taxes. But see, nobody is
Canada, I believe.
Nobody can handle that. We're not trained to do that.
Yeah.
We're trained to let the government take the money from our taxes. They utilize it to make money. And then they give it back to us at the end of the year after they just doubled and tripled it.
Right.
Okay.
Essentially, they're gains. And
They're taking our money, basically making money off of it, and then at the end of the year, we get whatever we get back.
Exactly. And what Trump just did is he just didn't give us all back the money. And
Okay.
you know, he took less of it, but then he made it so that you can't have all these deductions so that you get nothing back at the end.
Okay, I understand now. I
And-
just seen that there was like 3 different ways they were gonna do it, and I just seen that, and I was like, there is no way that they can afford to give up. I mean, they can afford it, you know what I mean? But to not get anything back, to give married couples $4,000, and they say what 300 million Americans get that.
Yeah.
$4,000 for 300 million Americans. That's a lot of money, man.
Right.
I have to agree with Spartacus here on this comment. The one that's
Well,
made here.
You know,
Same.
you know, I've played one fence or the other. I've never claimed to be one party or the other, but I can tell you that you know, they're all the same. Every one of them's the same. They just pull this crap between them just to divert our attention, just to separate us,
So
keep us
who are these? So who are these people that make these decisions? I know Trump passes the bill, but is it the
No.
House of Representatives, or what is it?
No,
that
Trump does
final-
nothing but sign the bill.
Yeah.
sign the bill? Okay.
Yeah, Congress passes the bills.
So after it hits Congress is when we actually
It
get
goes
it.
to the House of Republicans or House of Representatives. Then it goes, and if it passes the House of Representatives, it goes up to the Senate. If the Senate passes it, it goes over to the president. If the president has an option to either veto it or pass it, if he vetoes it, it goes back to the Senate and has to have a 2/3 majority to pass it? I think it's like a 2/3 majority to pass it and override the president's veto. So the president is essentially the end of the line for it. But these are all rules that have been in place for the last 100 years. Like,
Okay.
So since like the great stock market crashes and all that, and the rise of welfare in this country, and taking Social Security out, and you know, all those decisions were made a long time ago. We're living under a ancient, you know, essentially a historic rules. Yes, he has the authority to veto, but the Senate has the ability to override a veto, I think, with a 2/3 vote.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure on that.
But you know, I mean, here's, you know, we want to talk about the Democrats being socialist. Okay, anytime that we get into this budget crap and arguing about money, the thing about it is the first thing they always want to cut is Social Security.
Yeah.
You know, that's people's money that they put into an account to work on, so you have it later. That's not a welfare system. That's not a the system gets abused, but Democrat, Republican alike, they always want to go cutting those benefits from the people that just worked all their life to have something at the end of life. You know, back in the day, there was no retirement and 401k and all that stuff, and people had no idea how to put money away to save money to have a decent life at the end of their life. So they bank on this Social Security, but nothing.
Like there's this one guy that takes my wife to her appointments sometimes as like a cab driver, and because of all this, they cut his hours and stuff, and
you're cutting out, bud. I think we're.
But money he was putting away, sick days, sick leave he was putting away, he's having to take, and he was saving all of that for whenever he retired in a few years. He was saving all that money. Well, they cut his hours so much that he's had to take away, and he barely has any sick leave or however that he did his sick pay left. So now everything he had.
Brad, take yourself off of video.
Just back to live on whenever he retired. I mean, it's crazy.
Brad, turn your video off for a second because it's taking your
bandwidth.
Your bandwidth.
bandwidth. So yeah, there you go. Because you were breaking up very bad there in the end.
Sorry
Hey, not to interrupt, but real quick before you get started again, Brad. I'm gonna be jumping off here because there's something going on with my phone. I keep getting kicked.
Yeah, so all the money he had saved away.
I think their internet's crapping out.
For sick day, like for sick pay. I'm sorry, I'm back. But
We hear you now.
whenever he because of all this coronavirus laying off all this stuff, he lost it. He pretty much lost it all because he needed the money. He needed the hour because they cut his hours so bad. So, and that's somebody that's in his 70s. So, I mean, and he's worked all his life. So, it just don't make no sense.
About it being a tax now. That's what it is. It's just a tax.
Rock.
There's no. I wish they would reform that and take, either force us to put the money in a bank account or, create a bank account that they take that money and put it in for us instead of spending the damn shit. But they won't do that. They want to play with the money, want to take it, and they want to do whatever they want to with it.
Okay, so comments like that is just what gets you banned.
What was that? Who said
Yeah,
what?
that confused me for a moment.
Who said what?
Soccer Mom, Schoolhouse Rock. Was that the cartoon with the little rolled up bill?
Almasty Nation, thanks for coming on here. Did you see the comment, my on you?
Yeah.
I had to say that like 3 or 4 times before I even understood what it
They're gone, right?
I lost you guys for a second. Anyway, how often do you guys do this?
We bounce around to different channels. We all put up panels once in a while.
So who asked this?
B-Rad.
Brad or Alan? Okay.
Right.
B-Rad.
So
Yeah.
there's a whole bunch of channels out there. We can give you guys names if you
B-Rad. What brings you into?
Go ahead.
What brings you into YouTube?
I've been doing YouTube. I just follow Jeremiah. I met him. I actually lived I grew up 20 minutes from Punxsutawney, where most of that show is filmed. And I met Jeremiah at the Rural Valley Festival, and I've been following the show and him ever since. And I found, I met you and Mary at the Rural Valley Festival, dude. I grew up between Marion Center and Rural Valley, so
oh wow.
I've been following you and watching you ever since. So
Oh, nice.
I found your YouTube channel, and you remind me of myself. So I've been following the show and following you, and yeah.
Well,
But
thank you.
I get into a lot of civil rights stuff, a lot of other things. So if you want to follow me, we do panels once in a while, and Jeremiah jumps on, and so's other people. So go over there and give me a subscribe.
Okay.
Watch some of my stuff. Maybe we can work you on the side. That way you can start using your camera more.
Who else would be a good one? Who else would be
Scott.
good?
Scott.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
My
Scott
Alan, who else would be good ones?
Well, it depends on his interest. I mean, if he wants to learn, civil rights, you got Rogue Nation, Johnny 5-0, James Freeman, Bow with Clash with Bow.
And a lot of these people also, well, I don't know about those people, but there's a lot of us that do these panels where you can jump on and have a conversation.
Every place that does a panel in a way, but there are some channels that you can go into, and You know, it's all civil rights. It's all, you know, some call themselves First Amendment auditors. You know, that's when you're out and you audit state buildings.
Yeah, trust me, I'm big on that because you know, the cops they really try to, especially where I'm at now. I don't live in PA. They really try to. I mean, I don't do anything, so they try to get you for, like, they literally threw me in jail. They literally threw me in jail for 10 days because I refused to give them my ID. I wasn't doing anything wrong. From what I see on them First Amendment auditors, I don't have to give them my ID.
How long ago?
That was just last, probably like what, January, February.
And what state you in?
My wife too. All Tennessee.
Tennessee.
And I mean, we were doing nothing wrong. He wanted my ID, and I said, I don't have to give you my ID. I'm not doing anything wrong. You tell me a crime you think I'm committing, and I'll give you my ID. He couldn't do that.
So how long afterwards can you get the body cam footage? My on you.
You can get it. It's there. They got to give it to you.
Well, you can file for, I think it's like up to 7 to 10 days after they complete a report. You can petition to have the records. It's best to do it with a lawyer to navigate it a little bit more easier, or else they'll just stonewall you and keep shuffling you around person to person.
Trust me, these auditors do it by themselves.
No. You don't need no attorney to do that. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
You don't need an attorney to file lawsuits.
Yeah, but I mean, literally, man, they left our animal tied up at Walmart, man, and literally threw me and my wife in the back of a cop car because I would not ID, and they threw us both in jail for 10 days. We get out, our cat's gone, been adopted out, you know, and that was my wife's emotional support animal. You know, she's got problems, and it was all over me not wanting to give them my ID. Well, I wasn't committing a crime, so you tell me why I need to give you my ID.
Okay, so right here, Otto the Watchdog just came in. He's a good one. We need him up here on the panel. That's one you need to. That's one you need to subscribe.
Go
to.
watch some of Otto's stuff. Otto's been arrested for giving out potatoes.
He's been arrested for flipping the bird at a cop.
Yeah.
That's that. Didn't the Supreme Court deem that as protected speech?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
But this isn't Rockwall, Texas, and they don't give.
Yeah, go watch.
Real quick, Jared. Real quick. This is just a question for Jeremiah. Do you remember, guys? I only ever remember you guys going to that Rural Valley Festival once. You know where Rural Valley and Marion Center is?
Yeah.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, I know where that's at.
Yeah, so yeah, that's whenever I started watching. I was watching a show before that, man, and I met you, and I don't know, I just followed you ever since, man. You're the one I watched the show. You and Carmela. It was you, and then you and Carmela because you got married and stuff. But I mainly watched it because of you and Mary. Mary was funny, and you reminded me of myself. So.
Yeah, that's
but,
where.
Yeah, I just this actually is pretty cool.
We were actually in the parade there in Rural Valley.
So Otto's.
Yeah, and then you guys set up a tent, and I bought one of your shirts, and you autographed it for me, and I gave Mary a hug, and yeah, it was pretty fun. That was pretty cool. I bought one of your shirts. But yeah, I'm glad I jumped on here though, because this First Amendment stuff really
maybe get the
really has me interested. But yeah, I'm glad I jumped on here though, because this First Amendment stuff really maybe get the really.
Yeah, Brad, go and sub to Otto and watch his stuff. He's got.
I think Otto's the one who was Equine, but yeah,
okay.
Otto can tell you a lot of things.
This guy Otto was arrested and thrown in jail for 10 days because he wouldn't give his ID in Tennessee. Tennessee's not a stop and ID state either.
Twice.
45 days
in a month apart. Yeah.
Year,
twice a month apart.
45 days last year alone. I've been arrested 20 times, no convictions so far. I'm hoping to keep the record intact.
Well, we hope you do too. Yeah, Otto.
Yeah, they got me twice in a month, man.
Oh, and Otto, just so you know, these are people that are coming in from my fan page, so they're not like too familiar with the auditing community or what like how to work things. So,
Okay.
he just said that he's been arrested just like what was it last year, I think, for not IDing.
No, yeah, last twice in a month, January and February both. I got arrested, not even a month apart. Spent 10 days in jail per arrest, so 20 days total. And they arrested my wife too, for the first one. And we put in jail. And they say that again. Disorderly conduct.
What could she possibly? Has that case been settled?
Yeah, they gave us a fine. Yeah, it was settled. They gave us a fine and 10 days in jail, 30 days suspended time for both.
What did they say you did?
Say that again, guys. I didn't hear you.
What was it? What did they say you did? What was disorderly?
Disorderly. The one said that they had asked me, I think, times to present them with my ID. I told them, no, I don't have to effing give you my ID. I did nothing wrong. No, you're not getting my effing ID, you effing pig. Da 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 da. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, because I'm sorry, he pissed me off. There was nothing I was doing that it's freedom of speech, and there was nothing I was doing. He was really pissing me off because I didn't need to give him my ID. That by watching that you've seen that. I'm sure you've seen that First Amendment auditor goes around and he goes into buildings to see if he gets kicked out and he's not. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So I watched that and watching this guy in Tampa. I watch this guy in Tampa talk about not giving ID.
There's a whole bunch of those that do that.
You need to go watch Otto's channel, watch some of my channel, watch some of these other channels.
Okay.
So my eye on you. You're down in Florida. Who would be down in Tampa, Florida?
Tampa? John Felix doesn't do much, but
he's I can't remember his name.
You got right.
John Felix.
Yeah, John Felix. Yeah.
Hey, unfortunately, John really he really doesn't do it, right?
No.
He just goes around and it happens to him.
Yeah,
that's what's so incredible about it because he's got some great videos and he's just.
But that's where I learned. That's where I learned that I didn't have to give him my ID if I wasn't committing a crime or they couldn't cite a crime I was committing. So that's when I started telling the cops.
You should also be aware that you can beat the rap, but you can't necessarily beat the ride. And like I said, I've been arrested 20 times, bro, and I have no convictions. Right? I'm getting a little sick. Eric Brandt has been arrested over 100 times, and he has a 95% success rate. So just because you didn't break the law doesn't mean that you're not going to be arrested. Have you ever heard the squeaky wheel gets the grease?
Yes.
Okay, you don't want the fucking grease.
Yeah. Yeah, Wright's Crispy. He's a good one to watch.
Oh man, Wright's Crispy is pretty good.
That's Wright's Crispy.
Yeah, James Freeman.
Yeah.
Auditors of America.
Did we throw out Johnny
That's
5?
who I was.
Auditors of America. You want to?
Yeah.
You want to hook up your
I guess we could contact them and see if we could get it.
Now, if you want a good laugh and watch somebody do stuff like that, then go watch Clash with Bao.
Oh yeah,
dude, he's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, you want someone that's funny. Clash with Bao. You go watch some of his older stuff, especially. Boy, he's a Vietnamese guy, and I'm telling you, he just. I watch his stuff, and I wish I was Vietnamese.
So I would like to tell you how the first time I met Bao in person. We were delivering a guillotine to the Frank Crowley Court Building. That's the main courthouse in Dallas, Texas. We were delivering this guillotine in about December, and Bao showed up in a pink pig costume and was walking directly around all the security and squealing at them and asking them if he could search their vehicles for marijuanas. That guy is funny.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
Yeah. Hey, did you hear that they put the city of Tucson put a new ordinance in effect?
Yeah, I seen that. That's a bunch of fucking shit.
I mean, 90% of what government does is trying to shut the people up so that they don't have to hear what they have to say.
I mean, I don't see.
We deserve to say what the hell we want to say.
I read that a couple times, and I mean, I guess it's it's basically what they tell you to do anyway. Stay back. The thing is how far are they going to now start to tell you this is how far you're going to be back?
Well, didn't they just block off the entire city government buildings over in Virginia or something? Like they police marked it off and said people couldn't come near the state the courthouses and the city courts or anything.
Yeah, that gives me a bit. I mean, I've been on crime scenes where they've blocked off, they've taped off entire blocks. So
yeah,
and then
if you over the camera.
So what do you do? You actually go and like try to. What is it that you do? What is it that you do, Otto?
Oh, what do I do? I fuck the
like
police.
as far as this first no,
Okay,
as first as First Amendment stuff goes, what do you do?
Okay, so what I do, I'm a little different. I do a lot of different things. I think it'd be easier to explain what the difference is, right? So there's cop watchers.
Yeah.
Cop watchers are the guys who go out there and film traffic stops. Usually, oftentimes they would listen to scanners and follow calls, right? And then there's like the guys who like to do tripod stuff. They're like more like what you would see on the news, right? A lot of just whatever's happening gets on the camera, right? And then there's cop blockers.
Okay.
Those are the guys who usually get in the most trouble. That's when you see something that the police are doing actively and you try to prevent them from continuing it. That is actually often illegal. So that's the most risky thing. And then there's First Amendment like auditors, and those people that's I don't really know what the definition is exactly, if there is one, but those are usually the people who go into buildings and take photos of buildings and just generally be kind of, sometimes it seemed some of them are awkward. Some of them just try to conduct their daily business. But that's just
that's what those auditors of America are. That's what they do to try to see if they call the cops and try to see what happens when they go in and take videos or pictures.
Right. And then some people who do that same thing, but they wear like body cams that you can't really see, and they conduct their business and catch government being just generally rude to people. What I do, I like to find stories that I'm interested in, and then either brag about them or complain about them. And I do that in all kinds of interesting and annoying ways, the most annoying ways possible in general.
So back when my stuff was going on with my daughter, I went to the schools and protested. I went to the districts and protested. I went to the district after they discriminated against my daughter. They're trying to pass a school levy. I went and set up right in front of their big school levy sign, and they had the police there in minutes, telling me I had to go.
What?
But it's on public property. It's at the Civic Center, public domain, so they couldn't make me leave.
But they tried.
Oh man, they tried. They had every, they had a couple of sheriff's departments there. They had Union Township Police Departments. They tried to tell me that I was inducing panic. I'm like, there's a post office that nobody goes to, some senior citizen like crafts in one room that nobody shows up for. the school district who nobody goes to. I was just making a statement, and they were like, "Oh, you're inducing panic." Yeah, they tried to say I was inducing panic, and then they tried to tell me I couldn't do it, that it was illegal to do it on public property.
Yeah.
I said, "It's public property. This is my property." In the end, I won. I think there's a video of that out there too.
See, this is what I like, Otto. So
yeah, my wife said she's seen. My wife said she's seen that, Alan.
So Alan and Brad, they are like fans of our show, right? So they're just now being introduced to this auditing, or like being able to talk to auditors or whatever. Like, so these are probably two people that might step into it.
Do everything you can not to get arrested, and make sure that you are fully comfortable with whatever you're doing. Right? If you're,
no, you ain't got no. You don't have no worries about that, because I'll tell a cop straight where to go. I mean, I don't care. It's freedom of speech. I believe in that 100%, and I'll tell him to straight just go fuck himself. You know,
Yeah.
I really don't.
But the thing about, so you have the right to say whatever you want, and you also have the right to be wrong. So
yes,
if you are going to talk shit, be absolutely sure that you're 100% right, because they'll come and kick you in the ass in the end.
Oh, I know, and I record everything.
Yeah,
try never to get arrested, but be prepared for it, because it will happen sooner or later.
I want to apologize to. I want to apologize to Trump said if he's been in the basement for a while. I haven't been watching that one. I was watching the chat too much.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I wanted to say one thing. I wanted to say hi to Otto. It's good to see you, brother. And then Alan, being a single father, brother, with your daughter, okay? Please, 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 please. It's too much to lose, brother. There's plenty of people out there that can go do this, okay? Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish, please. Or you go ahead and talk, and then I'll
Go
talk.
ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Okay. Alan, please, brother, for your daughter, okay? Think about that before you get involved in this. There's a lot of single folks and people that have wives. They can watch their children if they get locked up, things of that nature, okay? Please, brother, please, think about before you go doing this, okay? Because the retaliation is real, okay? And I didn't mean to interject, and you guys can have your panel back, but I'll tell you this much, brother. Please think about it for your daughter, okay?
I appreciate that. And yeah, you're 100% correct. I actually have my carry concealed. Right after all this stuff started happening with my daughter, and how the police started getting involved was they tried to use, so the schools have a school resource officer that's available to make sure that the children are safe at school and the kids are doing the right thing. And if something illegal activity like drugs are on property, they deal with it. Well, what they're not allowed to do is use the resource officer as a bully towards parents. And that's what they tried to do. So there's a deputy sheriff that's stationed there. And I went into, I think one of the first engagements I had was I went into file for FERPA. FERPA is where you go in and you request all your kids' school records. And by law, they can't stop you from asking for that. While I was there trying to get that, because there was proof that there were some things that had happened, and there was proof, and I was trying to get that proof, and they had the cop come out, and he stood literally, his belly, his big ass gut was on my back. I could feel his pistol belt on my ass. He was literally touching me. And I turned around to where we were nose to nose and told him, "Excuse me, will you mind backing the F up?" And he tried to put his hand on his gun. So I pulled out my phone. That's one of the videos I was talking about. I pulled out my phone, and I started recording. I said, "Look, he's got his hand on his gun, and I'm here trying to do this." And he immediately started retreating and ran back to his office. So,
I understand and I respect what you did, brother. But please, before you get too deep into it, just protect yourself and protect your daughter, bro. Okay.
I try to stay
Jeremiah, you there?
rights and the rules, and I try to maintain right within that limit. I don't cuss them out so much. I don't get violent and crazy because I know that's when they start saying, okay, now you're being you're agitated and you're being disorderly. I try to yeah. And,
Actually, James Freeman says just the opposite. Freeman says that when he's nice to them, they arrest him, and when he's belligerent to them, they leave him alone. But listen, you do what you want, brother. I just worry about your child. That's all.
And I do.
So,
She's first and foremost in my mind at all times. I try to. At some point, you can't let the discrimination stand, because if you don't fight for your child, nobody else will.
no, I agree. But there's advocates out there that will fight for you, and they won't lose your child.
I
Okay.
didn't fight any for 2 years. I actually fought the school. We just recently put this behind us. This all started in May of 2018.
Okay.
Not one person came to my aid to actual help. There was the schools erased. They have like a $2 million security system, video footage. They erased video footage. They wrote statements and lies. My daughter was on the cheer team. Everything happened at the end of the season. Not during the season, but at the end of it. At the end of the season, they brought all these cheer girls in and said, oh, we think that guy's a pedophile. He was staring at us. He needs to be arrested. Because I took video footage of my daughter doing cheering. They said because other kids got in the footage, I was a pedophile. That's what they tried to do to shut me up, to stop me from standing up for my daughter and her rights. And that's really what and right after that, I support what you're saying 100%. And yes, I do try to protect myself from going too far, because I am a single dad. But there was blowback in the community. I got pulled over at least 5 or 6 times for random CCW checks to make sure I was presenting my concealed carry, that I was carrying inside my vehicle in an appropriate manner, that I was whatever. There was repercussions for it, and I found that out very quickly.
Well, that guy Otto right there did absolutely nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing wrong.
That's right, Kim.
And cost him his whole family, brother. Okay. So that's all I was saying, and I'm sorry to interject, but I know that Otto has paid the dues, and there's people in this community that will advocate for you and your daughter to save you the hassle of doing so. So just please, brother, don't go to jail. They'll take your kid. I don't know. He's going through it. Okay.
I appreciate that.
So please, before you start filming the police, just ask for help, and there'll be people out there that'll come film those people for you. Okay.
Yeah, you started in May with the school. I actually, so my daughter was trying to sit next to her friend on the school bus, and the bus driver was giving her a hard time. So that started getting me involved with the school. And within a month, I was trespassed from all school property.
Same here.
At the third arrest, right?
Videos.
I gave potatoes. I got a ticket. I held a sign saying that all this shit was fucked up. I mean, anyway, long story short, what Trump said is kind of true, and I hate to say it, but they will use your kids as a weapon against you. I know that you think that everything's cool and fine, and that you're going to do everything right. But like I said before, it doesn't matter if you break the law or not. They can still fuck with you just to terrorize you. Right, just to come knock on your door 2-3 times a month, right? Oh, we need to see your kids. Well, why do you need to see them? And they won't ever tell you, right? So just be very mindful of that. I would never try I mean, of course, you're a free man. You can do what you want, but I would be remiss if I didn't at least tell you my experience. But then again, I'm a fucking asshole, bro. So that might be a contributing factor.
You're not an asshole, Otto. You're just a man on a mission.
No, I'm right there with you, Otto. Initially, I didn't go into the situation with my daughter. I actually tried to handle it quietly within the school and the district for like 6 months. So like I said, it started in May. It exploded in September, or started exploding in September, and then it just went nuts by November.
Hold on.
And I mean, it got out of control. Like there was, people started, battle lines were drawn. Like I'd say 80% of the community was behind my daughter, but that 20% was calling children's services, having cops stop me, sending the police to my house. One of the people, and I didn't know this, was my own landlord. When it came time for me to renew my lease, she said that she didn't receive my lease from me. I said, you called me up here, you had me fill it out, and I handed it directly to you. She was like, there's no record of that. You need to be out in 30 days. I had to go over her head to the corporate office that runs these buildings and say, hey, look, I signed my lease, but she's saying that she didn't receive it when she literally handed it to me, because it's all handled in person. They don't hand you the lease and tell you to come back. And she ended up in trouble over it. But yeah, the blowback was pretty wild. I mean, it was very embarrassing, being called a pedophile and, being kind of kicked around, and people were, and I don't know if you guys know about Mormons. Mormons don't like to get involved. So all my friends that are, that I love and that care for me, they were like, oh, well, we don't need to be involved in that. So nobody was there that knew me. So it was just like literally me fighting against all this craziness. And all of it was really to make sure that my daughter wasn't being beat up, discriminated against, bullied, spit on. One kid went to school on social media and said, I'm about to push Natalie into a garbage can. And then one of the girls asked him on social media, she said, why would you do that? She said, my dad's going to give me $50. He was a football kid. He was one of the football parents, put him up to it. That's how, and I was done. That was it. That was the end of it for me. If I have to go to jail to make sure that my kid is safe, now
that's crazy.
Now here we are. Fast forward 2 years later.
Sorry for that, Alan.
I appreciate that, but here it is. Fast forward 2 years later, fighting. It was a battle. Very vocal. Hit the news a few times. But my daughter's in a
What
special
scumbag gonna give $50 to do that to a special needs child? Like what type?
Sport parents,
special type of scumbag right there.
Sport parents that take that shit too seriously and freaking in 7th and 8th grade. But yeah, like it was pretty intense.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a fact. It's a special needs child, and there was no call for that. I don't care if she was in sports. I don't care if she was just a student there. There is no call for that.
There's a lot of evil in the world, Trump said. And Kim, I appreciate that. Yes, but I got a crash course. Like before all that happened, I lived a relatively quiet existence because being a single dad, I had I'm walking on eggshells at all times, especially with a disabled little girl who can't speak. There's a lot of red flags there if somebody was wanting to look and make a case out of nothing. So I have to always be careful. So, but then when that happened with my daughter, I just couldn't sit back and stand it anymore. I was quiet for 6 months, like, hey, will you please tell this coach to stop telling other kids that they can't be nice to my daughter? The other girls can't cheer with her. Please tell this coach to stop ignoring my daughter. My daughter needs time. I paid for the money for her to cheer. Stop telling my daughter to sit out and stop doing it with a smile on her face, so my daughter would think that she was, being nice about it. And then when the principal went to the coach and said, hey, he's asking you to stop doing these things, she comes to my face and says, You know, I know what you want. You want to get back there to those girls. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? And then it flips it all around, and then at that point, it just snowballed. It was all reactionary. You know, they just kept going further and further and further, and all I could do was, you know, match blow for blow and make sure it was on tape.
Well, I got something to say here, and this is for everybody, but Jeremiah, I need you to especially listen because towards the end, I'd like you to say something. But this is a situation. It has nothing to do with a special needs or anything like that. But my wife, okay, she was sick. She was really sick, and so I took her to this one hospital here, and this nurse practitioner tells us that. They did a nasal swab, tells us that she has the flu, sent her home with a oral prescription. Take this, you'll be fine. Well, 2 days later, she got so deathly sick that I had to take her to a different hospital. Come to find out, she was septic due to an infection in her teeth. She's pregnant. We did not know she was pregnant. We had taken her probably at the time, she probably would have been 8 weeks pregnant when we took her for a pregnancy test. They told us she was not pregnant. Well, when I took her to this second hospital because she was so deathly sick after this nurse practitioner said she had the flu, we find out that flu swab came back negative and she didn't have the flu, so they misdiagnosed her. She was septic. She had double pneumonia. She had endocarditis. She was pregnant, 16 weeks pregnant, mind you, and her and a baby were next to death, like no lie, next to death. I mean, they said had I not got her in there within the next 24 hours, her and the baby probably both would have been dead. If we would have listened to that nurse practitioner, she would have been dead. They would have been dead. So they had her on IV antibiotics. They had her on everything. She was in the hospital for probably a total of about 12 to 14 weeks. She came home. She was on IV antibiotics for about at least 8 to 12 weeks. She actually just got her PICC line removed a couple days ago. And the reason why I asked all of you to listen is because is there something that can be done? Because had I listened to that nurse practitioner and just let her take that medication, her and my baby both would be dead. She did not know she was pregnant because at 8 weeks, they told her that her pregnancy test was negative, which it couldn't have been. She was 8 weeks pregnant at that time. And had I not taken her back, she'd have been dead. I mean, and it was completely uncalled for. So that was for everybody. So I can kind of that was for everybody. So I could get everybody's feedback. And then the thing for Jeremiah, she was also watching a show with me. She did like you too. And I just wanted to know, her name's Cody. She's listening. If you could just give her a shout out, I'd appreciate it. And so would she.
What's her name?
Cody.
Cody? What's going on, Cody?
Yeah.
Thanks for watching our show. Trust me, we appreciate every viewer that we get. And I don't know if you heard March 29th, my mother-in-law passed away as well. They said it was the flu, but, you know.
Sorry to hear that.
I mean, thank you.
Sorry to hear that.
It's just, they had, how can I say this? They had in the paperwork that she can't have Dilaudid, and they gave it to her at the nursing home after they moved her from the intensive care unit. They moved her from there to a nursing home, and then she was only there not even a week, and then they gave her Dilaudid, knowing it was in the paper that she can't have it, and not even an hour later she was gone.
I'm sorry to hear that. Give Carmela our condolences as well.
I will definitely do that.
Was her mother.
I think Otto wants to play a little video here for us.
Yeah, everybody,
that's fine, but that's fine. But yeah, just whatever you guys can contribute to that, as far as if there's anything I can do or what y'all would do for that, because we just couldn't believe it. She was next to death, and the nurse practitioner at the one ER sent her home with oral antibiotics. She would have been dead, her and my baby both.
Yeah, Otto, can we talk about that for a second?
So all doctors carry malpractice coverage, and lawyers love to get their hands on any of that. So you can always you can always call around to some of your local lawyers, look in the phone book, look up online, whatever, whatnot, and they like to get their hands on it because if they can make a case for big money, they'll always try to make that big money.
And most of those will do without any money down.
Yeah, and I mean that's 2 lives that would have been lost had I listened to that. Had we listened to that first nurse practitioner at the ER.
Well, the good thing is
be looking into it.
The good thing is that you guys, they're safe now, correct?
Well, they told us to say that she needed a pick line out. She's probably going to have to go back. I don't think they were right about that. I think she's getting it back, to be completely honest with you. So does she.
Well, I'll keep her in my prayers.
Please do, but I think they were wrong completely all around. I honestly think they were wrong. We think she had the coronavirus this whole time, and they just didn't want to tell us.
My uncle passed away last weekend, and from coronavirus complications. He was diabetic, and he couldn't heal. He couldn't heal from it.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Brad, I would definitely be looking into talking to an attorney, if even if it's just a consultation.
What do I look up? Malpractice attorneys?
Malpractice attorneys, yeah. You can Google it.
And I explain everything that I just told y'all, and that you'd think based on the severity of what it was and the fact that my unborn baby and her were almost died, you'd think they'd want to take the case, right?
Well, they have intake workers that take the calls. So what you'll do is you'll call in, and you can call several different ones and tell each of them. Okay. And what they'll do is they'll send, like, it's probably a receptionist that's going to take your case, what you tell them, and then if they think there's something there, they'll respond back with a lawyer.
Okay.
Yeah.
But based on what I told you guys, do you think we have a shot?
I mean, potentially, but the only thing is that, and I don't want to say it negatively affects it, because the good thing is they're alive. Is that they are alive, and they weren't harmed, even though they could have been.
You never know how the court's going to go either.
Right.
I mean, they did give her medication that they straight up said was could kill the baby. I mean, and they had other options as to medications they could have given her, and they chose to give her these drugs, but they made a point to tell us, oh, well, it might kill your baby, but we're giving it to her anyway.
Well, yeah, Kim Ross made a really good suggestion about it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna call. I'll call whoever I can tomorrow and see what I can come up with. I appreciate you guys. Jeremiah, thanks for a shout out.
Not a problem.
She really, yeah. I mean, we watch you guys whenever you guys are on. We watch you. So.
Okay, so Otto has a video here. I don't know. Is this your video, Otto? But
yes.
We'll play it.
Yeah, my video, copyright free. We're putting for free. All right, here we go. So, my keyboard died.
Oh shit.
Hi. That got the good. And you get got the technical also good.
Oh, this is him.
Are you the one that got attacked by the cops at a hospital for holding up the flags?
Attacked at a hospital for holding up the flags. You're gonna have to narrow it down.
Well, by the police. The police, a guy chased you or chased somebody around with a flag.
No, that was Eric, and I never can remember the other guy's name, but he, yeah, when they shot him with a taser and he blocked it with a flag.
Yeah,
he kept running, and then the sergeant came out and told him that they're fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Colorado Cop Watch, wasn't it?
I don't know. I can't remember. I just remember it. I seen the flag, and I think they had like bright colors on as well.
Yeah. So hey, another one that I had a good time with. So I went to court for disorderly conduct for holding a sign that says shit is fucked up and stuff. And before entering the court, the bailiff told me that I'd have to put on pants. Well, see, the problem, I just flew from Denver, Colorado on an overnight to go to court, and all I could take is a backpack. So I just put an extra pair of shorts in the backpack and went. I didn't have any pants. So he told me I'd have to go home and put some pants on. I was like, okay, well, I'll have to be back in 2 days because I live in Denver. So he told me that he went and got a pair of scrubs and made me wear the scrubs. So the next time I went to court, I wore a blue dress. And that was pretty fucking funny. They were like, what are you wearing? And I looked down at my feet and I was wearing blue Crocs, and I was like, they're Crocs. Like I had no idea what the fuck they were talking about.
Yeah, he was funny.
Yeah, this guy's hilarious there, Brad. You got to watch his stuff. Unfortunately, some of it's pretty sad, though, what happened.
Yeah, well, shit happens every now and then.
Dude looks
it's a product of people getting away with too much shit for too long.
Yeah.
The benefit to
he seems pretty funny.
The benefit to the audit is knowing how far you can go and what you can do. I mean, like you said, I think you said it earlier. You might beat the rap, but you're not going to beat the ride. As long as you're willing to take that ride. So I've seen some pretty interesting outcomes. Just naturally through life. And people that have beaten the raps.
But listen though. I couldn't even find a bail bonds. Dude, my bail, it was a disorderly conduct charge. I couldn't even find a bail bondsman willing to bail me out. It was because it was a $250 bond. I only needed $67 to get out, and I had the money, and nobody would bail me out because the bond was so low.
Don't get arrested in Rockwall, Texas.
It just sucks.
Because we were down in Kentucky, and I was with some friends of mine. I was the designated driver. I don't drink. I was the designated driver. We went to this bar, and they all got arrested for disorderly conduct, and they had $100 bonds. Well, when they got arrested, all we had was gas money left. They drank all night long. I didn't have enough money to cover any of their bonds at 10%. $10 each was what it was. And I didn't even have enough money to go and bond each of them out.
Man, I made up my mind a long time ago. If they're going to force me to spend the night in a really expensive, extremely shitty hotel, I'm going to have a good fucking time. They're not going to forget it either. I'll promise you that.
And actually, Trump said that is actually so true. It's sad that you can't go to court with shorts on.
When we were in court in Rockwall, they were tripping the fuck out over cameras inside the courthouse, inside the courtroom, and they just kicked everybody out and came back in and checked our shit, make sure that we didn't have our phones on, and we all sit back down, and then you hear this phone ring in the back of the courtroom, and it's a cop. Isn't that great?
You got away with it.
Yeah, they always do that shit.
That is great. Sorry guys, I got a like a 7-week-old pit bull puppy, and he won't quit biting the shit out of me.
That's the perfect age.
I didn't know if you heard me. I didn't know if you heard me telling him to quit biting or not, or trying to. I thought I was on mute. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Knock it off, dude. It's time to go. Time to lay down. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. Go to sleep. Shit. Sorry, he will not go to sleep unless he's laying with us, but damn, sometimes he does not want to quit biting. Knock it off. Go to sleep. Your mom's over there trying to go to sleep. Go lay down with mom. Go on. There's mom. Go lay down with mom.
I'll turn it down.
I like that. Trump said, it's hilarious, but imagine the United States of America. You can't go to court with $200 shorts on. Yeah.
Yeah, Rogan us tried to enter the Live Oak courthouse down here one time with shorts, and they told us not. So we called the court administrator, and they called and left us in.
Oh, bro, I've seen your knees. I wouldn't be able to contain myself either. There's no way I could remain biased after seeing those ankles, buddy.
But here in about 10 minutes, I'm gonna end this. So I'm not right now, just about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I gotta soon get off here. I got a couple other things I gotta finish up here before I go to bed.
Yeah, you guys have 1:15 there.
Yeah,
it's 10:15 here.
Yeah, Jeremiah, when will you be on? When will you be on doing this again?
A lot of times in the morning, I do a live stream. Like it's just me. I don't do the panel. I'll probably be doing this more again because at one point I was doing it every day. I'll probably end up doing this more. Probably within the next few days.
So when are you thinking? When are you thinking the next time? When should I look forward the next time? You think?
I would.
Because my wife wants to talk to you. I'll talk to you too.
All right. I would probably say in 2 days.
So today is what? You're behind, so it's 1 a.m. here on us. It's Wednesday here, so like Friday.
Probably Thursday.
Thursday. What time you usually started in around the evening time?
Yeah, I normally.
I have push notifications, so I mean I have the post notifications. So will it pop up?
It's supposed to, but YouTube's being very weird about that stuff. They're not sending out notifications the way they're supposed to.
So should I just look for you? Should I just look the evening time or Thursday evening sometime? Look for you.
I mean,
to be live.
I'll be posted to the fan page like I did here. Like I scheduled the stream and then for like 15 minutes in advance, and then I posted to the fan page.
The Facebook fan page or YouTube?
Facebook.
Facebook. Okay, so
yeah,
I'll get on there. I didn't get on there from earlier, but I'll get on there and I'll check it out. So Thursday. All right. If but I'll talk to you before then or any message, I will. I'll see you Thursday.
Okay.
You can meet my wife.
That'll work.
Yeah. No, my wife wants to talk to y'all. She never really met you. So.
Okay. Absolutely. Oh, and by the way, we have CFW in the chat. So if you want to see
CFW, that's another one.
Go watch CFW. Go watch CFW.
Carolina and Fort Worth is the one who came up with magic badges, and she's the first person that I'm aware of that was going for gang tattoos. Right. So if a cop has a tattoo, it's a gang tattoo, and if they have one of those security passes that let them into buildings without having to get radiated at the metal detector, it's a magic badge. It's fucking hilarious. This movie is fucking hilarious.
And I will get back to you, and I will talk to one of y'all. I'm gonna get on your page, My Eye on You, and Auto, and check all that stuff out. And I'll definitely get a hold of you about this First Amendment stuff.
And the other thing is pretty much everybody in the chat. If you go subscribe to their channels, they're all attached to this stuff somehow.
Okay.
Yeah, Carolina. A quote from Carolina is, "Are you the one smuggling all the drugs into the jail?"
There's only one
100-yard dash.
There's only one CFW.
Oh my God, dude! She just peppers them with questions that need to be answered, right? But you really don't want to answer them.
Yeah.
Damn, can you tell? That's
Well, at least now I'll be able to do this chat at the beginning, and I mean, it seems really. I enjoyed the part of it. I got to watch.
Actually, if we can get CFW in here for about 5 minutes or so, you'll be you won't be sorry. Trust me.
Well, you might.
Just so you can get a good introduction to her, to her channel. If we can get CFW to jump on here real quick.
Yeah, if she wants to. If not, I can find one of her videos.
She's one who is very energetic.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
She'll chase someone down just to
What is she like? She in his First Amendment stuff too?
Oh yeah.
Zombie, absolutely.
So she finds things that's fucked up and just destroys them. Just makes so much fun of them that you can't help but laugh.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to find one of my favorites.
Happy Fuck the Cops Day.
That's right.
The flip-flop. You can borrow mine if you need to.
I knew you'd get laugh, Otto. How's it going, brother? You too, Jeremiah.
Doing pretty good. So here's the thing. So Alan and Brad, we're trying to get them into all this stuff with the auditing. They've had their interactions by themselves, but they're kind of new to this.
And then all they have to do is just get out and film, and that they don't have to get right up in a thing. Just start from a distance, and as they get comfortable filming, work their way closer.
That's right.
And that if they want to do cop watching, and if they want to do auditing, start with the library or the post office. Is what I think.
Okay. Well, I guess that depends on each individual person.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm just throwing out some suggestions. Is all.
Cop watching, you just go out and like traffic stops or interactions with cops or what?
Yeah, you just stand back and watch the cops. Keep them on camera.
Yeah, the idea is not to be confronted, right? You're there for to document, basically in the event of a murder.
Okay. Murder or planting of evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's always
But
that element
murder.
that
So if they ask me what I'm doing, what my purpose is for filming, what do I tell
don't
them?
answer questions. I don't answer questions.
I don't answer questions. Okay.
I don't answer questions.
Carolina's
Okay.
covering her face.
Either that or just go, Johnny 5-0. Shh. Hey, Carolina.
Hey.
How's it going, beautiful?
I'm doing good. Thank you. I have something pretty funny in here.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you for promoting me. I think it's really important that we've always film the police because you never know what's going to happen.
Well, it's all about the clicks and the views.
It's about the clicks and the views. It's not really about money because we don't make money at this. We really don't. I don't know who thinks we do, but the more clicks and views you have, the more awareness you bring. Because
The idiots think it's all about money, but it's not.
it's not. We don't make any money at this, but it's really
The only
it's
thing
about
any money that comes in for anybody, it just goes right back into keeping the content coming. Nobody can live off of it.
And plus, a lot of us we have jobs too. So for them
Not
to say
for
we don't
this.
have jobs.
Well, we have jobs.
I mean, regular
until-
jobs. Yeah, we have regular jobs too. They get us fired. By the trolls get us fired, but other than that,
Hey, Caroline, is this one of your favorite?
From what I see from some people,
everybody's cutting out. We're cutting out. Cutting out. Okay, I can hear now.
Is
I
it
can hear now.
possible to get a trespass and how?
How do you get a trespass? What?
How do you get? Is it possible to get a trespass and how?
A trespass where? Sorry, you're cutting out. Otto, do you know the answer?
press
Oh,
pass.
press pass. Oh yeah, you can't get a
Press
press pass
pass.
anywhere. There's no place in the world you can get a press pass. They make them at the company you work for. So a lot of auditors, they just make one of their own up. It's pretty funny because there's no such thing as a press pass. There's no government office you can go to get a press pass. So they want to see your press pass.
Yeah,
but
because
there-
I hear
there
all these
isn't
cops
one.
asking. I hear all these cops asking, "Where's your press pass?" Well,
Yeah, I just had one ask me, and I said, "Oh, it's in the car." But you could just get a crayon and a
okay.
piece of paper and write press pass on it, and that's your press pass. Because what government office can you go, to get a press pass?
Yeah.
Nowhere.
There is no
If you guys are ever in a stream that in a live panel or where I'm a mod, and I'll there's a link of a place that you can create one and have it printed up and that of where you want to have it designed, and I can share the link.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make one with a crayon. That's all.
Yeah,
like Furry Potato did. Like Furry Potato.
Oh, she did it for me. Damn it.
Yeah.
I didn't mean she did it before.
Yeah,
Oh, that sucks.
It's a PR. She spelled it PREZ, PRES or something like that.
Oh, I love Furry Potato. I'm one of her mods. And the problem with being a mod for Furry Potato though is that you can't watch her. The only thing you can do is watch the chat. You have to keep watching the chat because she's got 1,500 people at once in there, and you have to be really on your toes. So you don't even really get to watch the action of what she's doing. That's the bad thing about being a mod for her. I put a funny one in the private chat. That's
This is
pretty
an
funny.
actual photo of Carolina. Hey, pick one of these. Oh, hey, Carolina, I called Collin County, by the way.
Oh, you did?
After you re-uploaded that.
Yeah,
I still haven't been able to speak to Miss Piggy. I've also asked for Miss Kermit if Miss Frog was there. They don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but I'm pretty sure she knows who I'm talking
They probably knew what
about.
I meant. Yeah, that guy right there where it says you don't answer questions, that was a retaliatory traffic stop. There's Joe Savaggio. Golly, I've done so many different ones.
I know. Oh, fuck.
I found out that Leon Valley and Almost Park, both the chiefs are cousins related.
Oh, they're sort of on related.
Leon Valley is salty vagina, and Almost Park is raunchy vagina.
Yeah, that's about right.
They're cousins.
They are cousins. They're kissing
They're
cousins.
cousins.
Uh-huh.
Salty and raunchy. Sorry. I thought it was fun. I thought it was funny in my own head.
It is funny.
Oh, bro, we've been cracking jokes on that motherfucker for a while.
That one that says Cops Own, Otto, that's the one where I flipped the script. I put them all together. All the flip the scripts. They didn't know what to think.
Did Jeremiah leave?
Did he leave his own chat?
Did he?
I don't know. I don't see him either.
He's in the basement. He does that.
He put himself in the basement.
Yeah.
If those two salty Vaggios aren't related, they definitely should be hanging from the same tree.
Oh, that's loud. Oh, I'm sorry.
I sing this. I hum this stuff in my sleep, Carolina.
You do?
Isn't that 52nd Avenue?
I don't know.
Coming from today. Where you going?
Oh, you can't hear very well, huh?
I can see. I need to see your ID. No, I don't really need to see your ID. But I want to switch your vehicle.
You what?
I want to switch your vehicle.
Search it? For what?
I don't know. You might have something illegal in there.
He's probably got a dead body in there.
I got a probably. Of a suspicious vehicle that's sitting here with nobody in it. I guess that would be you.
Suspicious vehicle.
Yeah, it's a suspicious vehicle.
Rockport Work, please.
It's suspicious.
Suspicious.
It's very, very suspicious because nobody's in it and it's running. Somebody called me, so I'm just wondering what you're doing out here. I'm just a concerned citizen.
Okay. Well, I'm a police officer. I'm here to handle it. I think it's kind of suspicious, okay? And yes, we have you with.
It's very suspicious. Where are you talking
That
about?
guy just investigated himself.
Because you're not in your car, it's running.
Not guilty of the crime.
Nothing to do with you.
Just asking.
Who's me?
Most people with badges are tyrants.
In that car that's illegal?
I actually have a badge and I'm not.
Yeah, you have a concern that's fine. So, how's it feel when someone asks you, can I search your car? Okay, so you're not going to give me consent?
No, I'm not.
Oh. Well, because you know you can only search if you get consent, right?
No, not all the time.
Or if there's a free sniff.
Say what?
A free sniff will let me search. No, I've just got a call, like, you know, just kind of suspicious, somebody just sitting here. You don't got an ID on you, do you? You don't got an ID on you, do you? You do have an ID? You're having What about, like, give me that call? You want to search it? Search it? Come on. You do have a right to say no. It's drinking tonight, have you?
That's funny. At least he knows that.
Yeah. Yeah, I asked him if he was drinking tonight. So, and you can't hear very well, but like you just gotta go to the channel and subscribe so you can hear it like in real, you know, like real time. I guess it's because it's a recording on here and that's why it's not working real well. StreamYard and all that, but man, I get these guys good.
Excuse me, sorry.
And it's so much easier to be a female auditor than a male because I can just smile at them and they think I'm a dumb blonde. And so they're like, oh, we're not going to arrest her because she's just dumb.
Well, your laugh helps too. I mean, it's like everything. It's fucking hilarious. Walking around with Carolina is fucking hilarious.
See, I'm trying to make mine kind of funny because I'm trying to use my videos like as a hook to get people interested in what this stuff is and maybe go look at someone else's, like James Freeman's or Otto's or somebody else's stuff, you know. Eye on You, somebody's stuff, my eye on you, just like so they get them like interested in this and they think, oh well, maybe my rights are being violated and maybe I'm using kind of that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to use mine as a hook to talk.
And then who saw James Freeman's last Tucson video before he was leaving?
The one where he was being polite. The guy was being polite to him.
Yeah, where he politely asked to put his penis in the cop's ass.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh man, that was good. That was a great. That was great. The cop says, "I'm being polite," and then James just basically goes, "Well, so," and if I'm politely going to ask if I could put my penis in your butt or whatever, and it does, and just because you're polite doesn't give you any reason to ask or whatever. You just can't ask those types of questions.
Aren't they
or
going
something like
to
that.
Doesn't mean I have to say yes.
Aren't they going to Las Vegas right now? They're headed towards Las Vegas, right?
Who?
James and Bo?
I don't know. They haven't ever said.
They didn't say. But, you know, there's a couch for us to sleep on, Zombie. 702
and
is here.
well, if someone can come and get me from Seattle to Vegas and back, I do it. Hey, Jeremiah, you want to make a trip?
To Vegas.
And if you're not too far from me, and it's just a couple 3 hours.
Where you at?
Seattle.
Oh yeah, you're only like 3 hours from me.
Yeah, that's what I said. You're in Vancouver, right? Area somewhere.
Yep.
Somewhere close. I mean that. I know it's that way. I'm not trying to dox you or anything, but I know you're that way somewhere.
No, I'm in Vancouver, but
yeah, and I thought that's what you've said before in the past. But you know, Jeremiah. And if we ever run into James Freeman, and if we know where he is, you need to find him an Amish hat to go with his beard.
He does look like an Amish.
Most definitely.
And I don't know the proper term for those hats, but we just need to get him one.
I had the pleasure to audit with him, and so is Otto. He's amazing.
Not to interrupt, but Brad's trying.
Only thing I want from the Amish community is good home cooking food and a quilt.
Give me one.
Yeah, I got James Freeman to start saying,
awesome.
"Put your life like a Pennsylvania field."
James Freeman is genuine. He's not. He's there to spread the message. He's very
Yes.
genuine.
I love
think
James.
that's why he's so successful. He's not here for the money, but the money helps him. But he's got a business in Dallas
Jeremiah.
that he runs. And
Can I
James
have one
don't
second?
need. Yeah, James don't need the money.
Hang on 1 second. Yes, Brad.
Hey, me and a wife do want to take a trip out there, Vancouver. So if you're out there somewhere, or if we're out there when we're out there somewhere, maybe we can all meet up and have lunch or something.
Oh,
Where
absolutely.
you at, Brad?
Tennessee.
Ah, cool.
something
Yeah,
just happened in
we wanted
Tennessee.
to we wanted to visit. I visited California, but I haven't visited Washington. So maybe you guys can show us around if we come out that way.
Didn't Tennessee open their? They opened, didn't they? They were the first state to open back up.
I don't know. I'm not from here, but did you hear me, Jeremiah?
Yes, I heard him. I heard you. Yep, absolutely. I would definitely love to do that.
All right, man. Well, I just wanted to hit you up. I wanted to ask you that before I got off here. Me and a wife going to sleep, but I will hit you up on Thursday and catch your live stream on Thursday. Sorry, guys.
No,
Just
you're
having a
Good
rough
talking.
night, so.
Good talking for the few, Brad, and that I've been on.
and make sure
Hopefully, get it. And we need to sub to each other's channels.
that you go through the
Okay.
chat and look at all the people in there and sub whoever you feel interested to, and also the ones up here on the panel.
Yeah, and
All right,
I've
man.
got 751. I need to get to my 1,000.
Thursday. All right. I'll look for your post on Thursday is when you're doing your live stream.
All right, sounds
Wife
good.
will be with me this time.
Take it easy, Brad.
All right. Have a night, Jeremiah. Have a night, everybody.
Yeah,
Night,
good night.
thank you.
Good night, Brad.
Good night. Maybe.
He can't get out. He's stuck. Hit the leave button. The X at the bottom of the screen. It says leave.
Hold on. Hold on. I gotta get
I
back.
think
to it.
if he's
Hold on.
if you're using an app on the phone, otherwise if it's a computer, I don't know.
Give him the boot, Jeremiah. Help him.
There it is. All right.
Just kick him, Jeremiah, if you can't get out.
All right, you have a good night.
Hold on. Have a good night, Jeremiah. See you on Thursday.
All right, sounds good.
Oh, I just
There we go.
YouTube watcher said Mississippi hardly closed. Neither did Texas.
Hey, Carolina, Tennessee is where they set up 22 speed traps. Sorry, 10 speed traps in
I knew there was
22.
something about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I probably sent you the phone call where I called up there and was asking about piracy. I asked him if I could get a permit to bypass the pirates without harm. I also asked him at what point-
Oh, I'm gonna have to see that. You do the best calls. I love the call that you made to Jaco. Oh my God. About the virus. Oh
Oh
Lord.
yeah, the coronavirus, man. Yeah, I've been hitting them hard, but you know the thing is, it's they do it to themselves. All I do is just continuously ask questions, and they continuously talk out of their ass.
I know
There's
you
nothing
just
wrong with
they
saying
make
I
themselves
don't
so
know.
stupid. They make themselves so stupid.
No. But of course, with the government, anytime you try to get anything done, you're going to talk to 15 people, right? And every time,
Oh yeah.
you need another person,
True.
right? So anytime, anytime there's ever a situation, right, where I have to communicate with them, I talk to fucking 100 people a day, right? So eventually, I'm
Yeah,
going to
and then
say.
you push one for this guy, and if that one doesn't answer, push to 0, and then you never get through.
I don't do that. I push buttons until I talk to a person.
Yeah, that's the best way.
And then, I assume that everybody in the government has the ability to communicate with each other. So, if, for example, I had a problem in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, I have absolutely no problem in calling Knoxville, Tennessee to bitch about it,
And hey, if you can find one person to listen to you rant, no matter where they're at, you're doing good.
Most of their stuff is recorded too. So, Spartacus was here. Oh,
Spartacus, thanks for coming in
Spartacus was
here.
I think he made it through the storms. They're hitting us right now.
Well, there's a point behind everything, just like the same Carolina, you said that you're trying to bring people aware, to make people aware of it.
That's it.
And I try to do the same thing. That's why I don't start out asking questions about what I'm actually wanting to know about. I try to change it into something that's kind of the same, but comical. You know,
We
Like,
talked about that. Remember, we talked about that. That's how
Yeah.
you do it. Because you kind of
Yeah.
make them feel at ease so that you're really going to get the right answer
Right.
that you want because they think you're dumb, right? So they tell you the right
Right.
answer.
I don't know, man. I called Rockwall about the councilman.
Oh, yeah. What happened there?
Oh, you haven't seen it?
No, I just know. I've been trying to get this video up that was not cooperating with me.
How dare you not watch all of my videos immediately upon release?
Hey, Tyrant, behave with the lady.
Yes,
no,
CW.
I called Rockwall. So a little bit of backstory, and tell me to shut up if I'm rambling.
This is good. Go ahead, Otto.
Shut up, you're rambling.
So, if you're not aware, a little bit of backstory: the city councilman was arrested on Friday of last week for possession and distribution of kitty flicks.
That's bad. But at least he got arrested.
Right, and so also it is still an allegation, right? And you're not guilty until proven so in the court of law. So keeping that
But in
mind,
the court of public opinion, yep, you're guilty as fuck.
yeah, and you're not going to beat that. That's something that we all have to experience. And if you're going to get into talking shit about the government, you better expect that they're going to let all of your personal information out on the internet. Right, they're going to pretend like it was some fucking stupid ass troll sitting in his mom's basement beating off the fucking old dirty magazines. But read some guy
like Joe Biden,
$100 a week to look up all your shit. Anyway, so I was calling up there trying to schedule a surprise party for the city councilman.
Did you mention he was your most vocal hater? You forgot that.
Oh, I did not. Yeah, he was talking shit about watchdog groups, right? Citizen oversight committees. Funny thing is that he actually got busted by a citizen oversight committee. Right?
Oh, that's great.
It was probably his own committee.
Well, maybe. I'm not sure of all the details on it. But I was trying to schedule a tar and feather party for him.
Oh my God.
The appropriate permits.
Oh Lord. That's gonna be great. I can't wait to hear that one.
Oh, yeah, it's good. It's fucking funny. I've been laughing about it for a while. Right. And it's funny, but there's a point to it also, right? The point is that I think we can all agree that this motherfucker needs to be protested.
I always
Can we protest with the castration party?
No.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly right. You know what I'm saying? We all agree that this guy needs to be protested. So if it's okay for us to protest this guy, why is it also not okay for us to say fuck the police?
Our First Amendment. Jeez.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think
No,
what I was trying
because
to
her
say-
ass got butt hurt, and she said, "No, you can't say that. No, you can't flip me off.
Right.
No, I'm gonna arrest you. My ego tells me so."
Well, it ends with a conversation with the new chief of police, and yeah, it was fantastic. I really hope that it goes viral.
I hope it goes viral too.
How
Well-
you doing, YouTube watcher?
And got to be careful. Talk about that V word.
Viral.
No, I'm sorry. I got on a rant.
Oh,
Just as long as it's not a salty rant.
oh, I like Salty Rant. Salty Rant at least tells us what's going on. Who's who?
Yeah, when I was calling for Eric in Jefferson County for the COVID in the hospital, I kept saying, I hope you survive this Holocaust we got going on.
Holocaust.
Oh shit!
Otto, you got the best jokes. Hey,
He does.
and it's true. Look, you got the. Oh,
He's got the best. Yeah, because when he got his truck stolen, we didn't believe him.
When I got what?
When you got your
Your
truck
truck
stolen. We thought it was a joke.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I thought it was a joke.
Dude, I walked. So I was taking a fucking shit, and I get a picture on my phone of this bitch in the seat of my truck, and I'm like,
oh.
And I looked at the time, and I was like, oh, that's right now. I was like, where the fuck is she going in the truck? So I wipe my ass and I go outside, and the truck's gone, and I just kind of looked at it and I was like, I'm never gonna see that again, am I?
It's more if she borrowed it more, then she sold it.
You're lucky you did.
She borrowed it for a week and then took all the shit out of it and ditched it for like 4
But you got it back, so it was a borrow. So.
Yeah, I'm glad
Who's getting alerts?
It could have been worse, but Jesus.
What's going on? Yeah, what's going on with these alerts? I keep hearing. Is that the tornado warnings?
Yeah, that's me. It's just
It's the
tornado.
announcement of the purge.
Oh, is that you can hear it? Oh, it's on the TV way over there. Sorry.
And are you safe, Carolina, where you're at then?
Oh yeah, it's the same.
Okay.
It's the same storm that hit that was hitting
Oklahoma?
Antarctica, yeah, earlier.
And because I was talking with not now, maybe later. Then I had to call News Now OKC and make sure he was okay too.
It's that same storm line, the same one. But just down.
Oops, sorry, go ahead, Otto. Sorry.
I have no idea what I was saying.
You were talking about the stolen truck.
Oh, I got it back.
Y'all need to be aware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just doesn't want to talk about how he did not wipe his ass.
He said he did.
Yeah, I know, but we all know he didn't.
I just wondered where he got the toilet paper.
It was before the toilet paper shortage.
Well, I guess it was, wasn't it?
Yep.
That's been so long ago. I don't.
And I don't understand what everybody's panicking about. Why there's this toilet paper shortage? If you're at home, stuck at home, and you run out of toilet paper, there's a shower right next to your fucking ass.
I just scrape it across the grass. That's all.
And if you don't have grass, then I guess you can do it on your carpet like a dog.
Hey, fun little piece of trivia. This wasn't the first toilet paper shortage. Johnny Carson made a joke long ass fucking time ago about needing somebody needed toilet paper or had really bad shit or something like that, and it caused a toilet paper shortage. Well, so many people thought it was true and panicked that they went out and bought toilet paper, and it did in fact cause a shortage for about a month.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's just everybody going out and buying one thing all at the same time. Like you said, do you really need? I mean, stores were selling 12 months worth of toilet paper in 1 month. That's insane.
I think Pugface Media bought about a year's worth himself, just to prove a point. He said he didn't need to, but he just did, just to prove a point.
They still ration it down here. Get 1 pack.
Right.
Some stores are rationing it here, but if you go to some of these smaller stores and like drug stores and stuff like that, you can still find it loaded up on the shelf, and you can get whatever you need.
By the way, YouTube watcher, do you ever sleep? Because I see you in every stream.
Dude, that guy is everywhere, and I appreciate it.
I know.
Yeah.
Otto,
He's a YouTube
Otto,
watcher.
hey, Otto, I appreciate you, dude.
I appreciate you, YouTube watcher.
Hey, hold on. Yeah.
Yeah, it does. He
Both of y'all.
Especially,
right there.
especially on my
Okay.
quest, especially on my quest against that stalker. Golly. Thank you. I appreciate you.
One other person I see almost every day, all day in streams is Noli D.
Yes. Yeah, Noli is too.
Yeah, Noli is everywhere and also nowhere.
Noli.
I still think she's a robot, an AI robot.
Well, you're not wrong. Huh?
I'm surprised I haven't seen her in here.
I know, and PDF was in here for a few minutes, but that's it.
You know, I always see my 2 beagles. all the time.
PDF, Port Farmer.
I see Dirt Farmer, not all the time. Like he's not there in the evenings more. He's more there in the mornings. Let's see who else do I see all the time.
I see Too Tall Rob a lot too.
Oh, yeah.
Is he? Yeah. Does he get on your nerves, Carolina?
I just see him all the time, and my two Beagles I see all the time. And who else? Betsy, but I love Betsy Peeler.
Spartacus has been kicking it up too lately.
Who else? 10th Man. Oh, he's there all the time.
Oh my God, I can't. I'm getting annoyed with his. He's beginning to be a troll, in my opinion.
Yeah, Wanda, you know who I see a lot, and every once in a while I look for when I'm in chats.
Who's that?
Me?
Jeremiah Raber. Yes.
It's cool to see him in there.
Jeremiah Raber. All right. Everybody hit the thumbs up fucking button. Damn it. Anyway.
Yeah. Everybody, I'm at 751 subscribers. Please help me get to 1,000, everybody. Whoever's in the live, if there's anybody.
There's that guy named Kevin R. I see him everywhere, and I just don't really know too much about him.
Also, Jeremiah, you need to get a hold of 702 and get my contact information.
Yeah, she gave me hers, and I'm trying to think what I did with it. I think it's still email or something. But as far as the other name that you guys were talking about here for about a few seconds, I just don't want to get into that stuff.
I don't say names.
No, I guess we got into it a little bit, but it is what it is.
Well, I
was that 12th man?
I can't read it.
I can't read it.
Hey guys.
Oh, boy.
Hey.
Yo, Autumn.
How do you sell a deaf guy a chicken?
How do you sell a deaf guy tickets? I don't know.
Hey,
you want to buy a ticket?
What was that?
What's the answer? How do you sell?
He's laughing so hard he can't answer now.
So, Chuck, how do you sell deaf guy? Okay.
Hey, do you want to buy a chicken?
Oh.
Oh, I thought we were just gonna have to ask Defend.
Oh.
Yeah, that joke's for Defend. He thinks it's fucking hilarious.
I love Defend. He's awesome.
Yeah.
Every time I see him, and I have to ask him how the boss is.
Who's the boss? His dog?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh, he's gonna be mad.
E to the WMA.
He's gonna be mad when he finds out that my dog is a really damn good dog. I want to man, he's got Emma some really good fucking tricks. Like pick up $1 thing. I've never seen a dog do that before. Really fucking cool trick.
I should when I get myself a dog for that I need to train for a service dog. I should get him to help train it.
Hi, Bruce from Down Under. Yeah, how are you doing?
Man,
you're getting around now out of a
Yep.
Yes. Oh, Bruce is from Australia. It's probably like 12 noon there now. They're ahead of us, though. So he needs to tell me what the winning lotto numbers were for tomorrow morning. So I can win the lotto. If he's 12 hours if he's like 12 hours ahead of us, he's in the future. So he should tell me what the winning lottery numbers are for the morning.
Yeah, but he don't play our lottery. He'd have to look up the Washington or the
but he's in
here in the United States.
But he's in Australia, so he's ahead of us. He's in the future. Bruce
CFW, how about you give one of us the numbers that you have, and then
I just thought it would work that way, you know. I
And,
guess
and then
not.
and then if it does, if it's those numbers, then we'll tell you it's not, and we'll just
Yeah.
Oh hell.
lost one.
Bruce from Down Under says the lotto's rigged. I really thought I was going to win it the first time I played it, though. High hopes. And if I win the lottery, I would, you know what? I would hire a friend, because all your friends would be trying to get you for your money. So I would hire and pay a friend, because I already know that they like are fake. I'd hire a friend, and then that friend could keep all the bad people away from me, like an assistant kind of, but hire them as a friend. I'd hire a friend.
Damn ZooTube and StreamYard, and it just like, just totally just zapped me out of the both. Closed up the StreamYard and YouTube stuff.
So what happened?
Well, hey, listen.
And
Otto, I'll talk to you later. Carolina, keep up the good work. Love you.
hey, my eye and you. Have a good one.
Yeah, Zombie. Nice to see you around.
Where are you from? Where are you from, my eye on you?
I'm in Florida, northern Florida.
Florida. Okay.
I gotta get some stuff done here before I get to sleep. So I'll talk.
I gotta jump out because there's a storm coming through, and I gotta make sure everything's secure. So I'm gonna hop out too. So I appreciate y'all having me. Thank you, Otto. It's good talking to you.
Make sure you have water, just in case that you lose the water.
Oh, I don't drink water. I drink Coke. It's pretty bad. Thank you, Zombie. Bye, you guys.
Oh my goodness! Did CFW say she does coke?
Yeah, I have.
Oh yeah.
I like the orange one.
So silly.
The orange one.
We'll start that. We'll start that new rumor.
Oh, you know, there's all kinds of other ones going around. So I got
Hey, Trolls, did you just hear it's Carolina?
Huh?
Oh, I'm just making sure that the Trolls heard you. Ask if they heard you.
She doesn't drink water. She likes Coca-Cola. That's right. That's right.
Sugar free. So.
And if it's got aspartame, you better be careful. It's got aspartame in it, Carolina. It's not very good for you.
Will it make my fingernails fall off?
Nope. And aspartame makes people have heart attacks, and it's 10 times more for women.
I drink 2 Red Bulls a day too, so that might be part of it. Oh.
Well, Red Bull, as long as it doesn't have aspartame.
I don't know, but I drink a lot of Red Bulls too. I don't know that.
Do you know what Coke?
And
Red Bulls are good.
Oh yeah,
what's the other 2 chemicals? Taurine and guarana.
Something like that.
Yeah.
You can get that in a pill form, but I like it better than Red Bull.
Oh yeah.
And I always thought taurine came from bull testicles.
It does?
I thought it did. Taurine, Taurus. I thought it had to for a long time. I thought it came from bull testicles.
CFW, did you know that Coca-Cola is good to clean toilets too?
So is Listerine. Listerine was originally made as a household cleaner, so I've used Listerine on a lot of things that, you know, like the stove top, all kinds of stuff. But anyway.
Coke's also good for cleaning blood.
And acid
so
off.
If you kill somebody, and make sure you have some Coke to pour around
and acid off your battery.
Yeah, on the battery terminal. That's right. That's right.
And rust. It cleans rust pretty good too.
It does?
Yeah.
It's sticky though.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna end this. Jump off of here. And I gotta go eat dinner. We haven't eaten yet.
What time is it? Oh, okay.
It's 11 o'clock here in Washington State.
Oh, it's.
I haven't eaten all day except for a couple cookies.
Oh, so you guys are 3 hours behind us?
Yep. Well, where are you at?
I'm in Texas, Fort Worth.
No. We're no. Texas is what 2 hours ahead of us.
Texas should be only 2 hours.
It's 1 o'clock right now. And what time is it there? Oh.
It's 10:56 actually. So.
Yeah, 2 hours. All right, guys. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Otto, have a good night.
Yeah, everybody have a good night. I gotta grunt out this bad cop. So I'll see you later. Have a good one.
And thanks.
And just make sure it doesn't hem me up.
Jeremiah.
He left it real quick. I was gonna say if he said he was gonna grunt out a bad cop, I said make sure it didn't hem him up.
What were you saying, YouTube watcher?
So, everybody, have a good night. Jeremiah, keep up the good work. I mean, as soon as you can get back to, being around people,
Right.
sucking people and trapping people in.
Yeah.
Good job, sir.
I can't. Well, thank you. I can't wait to go back out there and get some more because
I know.
Like I was saying, which you heard it. I would love to go out and do cop watching, all that, but I would just I would let my emotions get too much in the way. So I'm better off doing something that I know I can keep
Hey.
control of myself. And
I understand that completely. I don't think I could either.
right, but I will be here and support all the people who go out and do all that stuff.
Yeah, I've got some 88 a video from American Disabilities Act that a bus driver really pissed me off on, that I'm gonna have to try and get off my camera and upload to the channel. And it tried to refuse. He was pretty much trying to refuse to give me the handicap ramp because I can't step up very easy.
Oh damn! You said that video. You're gonna post that video?
As soon as I can figure out how to get it off my camera, it's not wanting to do it right now. I think there's a short in the cable. Okay, well, I better let you go because I know you. I mean, you're not a big guy like me, and that you need to eat.
Hey, I'm starving. Probably go make some spaghetti or something.
And make spaghetti.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll tell you
And
what. An easy meal is a cup of rice, if you know how to make a cup of rice, and a can of that that chunky soup. Yeah, that Campbell's chunky soup. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mix those together. You in there, man. That's a good single man meal. But I know you ain't single, and there's some other things you got to worry about. But hey, I don't know where you're at all the time. So
right. And
yeah,
you gotta add the brown sugar in too.
a pinch.
Yes.
A pinch.
Yep.
A pinch? What's a pinch?
A pinch. A pinch.
A pinch. A pinch.
Got to get that just tiny little bit of sweetness in there.
Hey, I put a pinch of salt in my coffee every morning. Just saying.
Ooh, nasty.
No, actually, that takes the bitter taste out.
Thank you. Exactly.
That's what sugar's for. That's what sugar's for.
Listen, I'm going to tell you right now. If you call that drink where it's coffee and sugar and all that milk mixed in, that's not a coffee. Okay, to say that that's a coffee and that it works is like saying that a hooker hugging or cuddling with a hooker works as well.
Well, that last might work well, but a little bit of salt in your coffee is a benefit. I promise. That's like putting a little sugar in anything that you're making with tomato products, like spaghetti, marinara sauce, and all that. You put a little sugar in there.
That's right. And
you put a little salt in your coffee. It takes the bitter out. It really does. Anyway.
And by the way, I do have a zombie enforcement badge. So
you have a what?
It's a zombie enforcement badge. I actually have a badge.
Oh. I was gonna say if that's the other badge that I'm running.
It's a zombie enforcement special agent. And that's how I chose my channel, because I've had this for 15 years, and I was trying to create a channel, and it says, what's the name? I saw my badge sitting over on the table, and I said, well, you can't be a special agent if you don't work for a bureau or an agency. So I chose Zombie Enforcement Bureau.
So you're ready for the zombie apocalypse?
We're already in the zombie apocalypse. The zombies just haven't arrived yet.
That is great. I love that.
But anyhow, I have to jump off here.
Yep.
So
I
appreciate everybody that came on here. And, YouTube watcher, I think this is the first time you've been up here. if I remember, on my panel.
And I've never been on your panel either, but I've been in other panels with you.
Yep, exactly. But yeah,
702's panel.
Yep. So I'm gonna probably be going doing another panel on Thursday. So
About what time you think? About what, 8 o'clock our time, or earlier or later, or what?
it's probably gonna be like and between 6 and 7.
Okay.
6, 7 West Coast.
Okay, cool.
So, but tomorrow morning I'll be doing my daily live walk.
So after you just killed the live stream, and then you can still have the little panel talk right here.
Yeah, but he's got to go
StreamYard.
cook. He can't do that.
I
while
know.
he's cooking.
I'm just letting him know for future reference.
Yeah.
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 All right.
I found that one out one time because I thought I ended, and
There
then all
you
of a sudden
go.
I heard a voice, and I was like, "What the hell?"
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, we better let him go eat. He looks like he's wasting away over there.
No. So, but I appreciate everybody that came on here. So everybody have a good
Okay,
night.
take care, brother.
I'll see
You
you
too.
next time.